Welcome back, guys. 10th round of the European Championship 2023 here in Serbia, in the Terme or city of Vrnjacka Banja. I'll be your commentator, just like previous days. International master Miodrag Perunovic from Serbia, aka the Butcher, and hopefully you're gonna enjoy analysis of these games all together with me. Okay, we're now just finishing and accelerating this job and going into the end of the tournament. So it's gonna be very important. First of all, I have to tell you the standings. So there is only one player with 7.5. It's Alexei Sarana from Russia, who here plays under the flag of FIDE. Then you have 7 players with 7 points. And you have 22 players with 6.5. I'll once again try to remind you that 23 players will qualify for the World Cup, but you just have to keep in mind that many of these guys already qualified for the World Cup, so we'll see how many players will really, qualify, and maybe some guy is going to take like 2nd or 10th place and he already qualified. So that's why you gotta be patient, and you just definitely have to wait for the standings and stay with us and to see what's gonna happen there. In today's games, we have fantastic clash between 2 young Russian players, Andrei Esipenko playing white and once again opting for his favorite Catalan defense, and Alexei Sarana. I just want to remind you of one fact. Sarana won all his games with the white pieces in this tournament. So he won so far 5 games, and if you remember, I just told you how good he's with the white pieces, and that you basically have to consider these guys extremely dangerous when they have white pieces, just like when you play tennis, when you have like a good server like it used to be Rosetsky or Ivanišević. So some of these guys are really amazing with white pieces, including Sarana, but unfortunately for him, he's now black against Esipenko, who with the Catalan opening here is doing a great job. That's one thing. Then I want to tell you another information before we just dive into the games and I start giving you like my theoretical, brief survey of these openings. I just want to tell you that according to my notes, 9 guys got a GM norms. So I'm not sure who actually got the GM title. I'm not sure if, some of these guys might play against 1900 and they should be counted against those guys like 2150, but I don't know for those guys who actually had those kinds of things that just have to be recalculated in the end of the tournament. But I just know that 9 players got GM norms so far on a pure 2601 performance. And I'm just gonna tell you their names. So we just have Korobov. Korobov is a Greek guy. He's an IM. He's doing fantastic so far. And his rating performance is absolutely amazing, 27-24. Basically, it's for the top 50 players in the world. So in this tournament, he's really performing really good, and we can't say it's luck, we can't say it's anything like that. That guy is really making some very nice results. Lately also, his games are really good. What I especially like about that guy is that usually he had some problems in some positions, but doesn't matter. He's very resourceful, coming up with a pretty good defenses, and he knows how to turn the games upside down. That's Korobov. Second guy with extremely high performance is Jan Šubelj. Jan Šubelj is a Slovenian international master who in this tournament is really playing so far awesome, and we're just waiting for the last 2 rounds and to see will he be able to qualify. but as far as we're concerned, we just have to congratulate him for getting a GM norm as well. Just like I said, I'm not sure who got a GM norm and who got a GM title, because you just need 3 norms for the title. Then the third guy is 14 years old, absolutely with astonishing, like experience and performance in this tournament, Edis Gurel from Turkey. You had a chance to see that kid here talking to us and analyzing his win 2 rounds ago in the Petrov defense. Congratulations to him as well. Then you have Kacharava, Nikolazi Kacharava, talented Georgian IM, who now becomes GM. He was 3rd in the World Junior Championship. He's having like a pretty good streak of good results, and congratulations to him as well. Then we have Miloš Stankovic. We officially have to be very proud of, speaking from Serbian point of view and from position of the Serbian team captain and head coach, congratulations to one more Serbian who's actually getting closer to a GM title. This is, I believe, his 2nd norm. Then Ido Gorstein, the guy who even lost yesterday. He's from Israel, but he's been really fighting hard. What I especially like about that guy is that most of his games, he was in severe troubles, but somehow he was defending those worst positions, sometimes even completely lost positions, very nicely. Then you have Vahed Danielian. It's an IM from Armenia. Yuri Parkhov, another Israeli guy who also, has been playing on all these top boards for the last couple of rounds. And finally, you have Mamikon Garibian. So I believe this is like a 3rd Armenian guy. It's quite interesting. In real top, most of the time we have Ukrainians. But now we also have some Russians. But if we speak of these biggest winners of the tournaments in terms of titles, then we can just talk about Armenians, Israeli players, and congratulations to all these federations and to all these players for really nice performances. Keep in mind, we still have a chance to get like in the last 2 rounds, if some of these guys perform really well, we still have a chance to see more of these GM norms. Okay, time to analyze games, and time to take a look at the most important games today. Definitely, I'll try to focus on the top 25 boards, as the tournament is, like simply about to be finished, and we just need to see who are going to be the top qualifiers. We just need to see who are going to be like the top players in this tournament. Because of that, top 25 boards, top 50 players in the tournament, we're going to be following today. Of course, here and there, we're just going to occasionally take a look at some other games, just like in other rounds. If we see some extremely interesting games, crazy sacrifices, big shocking blunders like yesterday, what happened to Ponomarev, or something like that. But we definitely have to just pay attention, especially on top 25 boards. So let's go with the first game. Andrei Esipenko against Alexei Sarana. Esipenko playing white. We had him here. He was one of the guests, and you remember his game against Kacharava, where he won very convincingly in like 20 moves. Kacharava could have resigned. Esipenko absolutely had everything, and he knew all those lines like the back of his hand. Here, unfortunately for him, he's just facing way better theoretically prepared guy. We're talking about Alexei Sarana, and Esipenko simply, if he wants to become European champion, has to win this game with a white piece. He went for a Catalan opening. Sarana goes with bishop b4. just for your information, and I know that I already repeated that twice, bishop b4 is check. It's one of those lines where you force the bishop to go on d2, so that bishop can no longer go to b3 and bishop b2 on that diagonal, or if later white wants to have bishop on b2, he will have to spend some time to drag it there. That's one thing. Another thing, after you play bishop b4, none of these knight moves, knight bd2 or knight c3, are not good. So that's why everybody plays bishop d2 and they put the bishop back on e7. I remember all those games by Michael Adams like 10, 15, maybe even 20 years ago when he launched this bishop b4 and bishop e7 idea, as well as Wishy Anand, who played at that time those lines. And at that time, that was one of the biggest fashion trends to play like bishop b4 followed by bishop e7. After bishop g2, c6, queen c2, b6, and there we go. Both of these guys are now taking their time. Just like I previously told you, a classic approach could be short castle, followed by rook goes to d1, while your dark square bishop usually goes on f4, and then you just have to decide whether you want to place your knight on d2 or on c3. Also, sacking the pawn on c4 or not. Looks like some of these guys didn't listen to me, and one of the guys just made a comment, I hope Stankovic get his GM norm here. He already got it, and I was talking about that, and I already spoke about all those 9 guys who actually got a GM norms in this tournament. So we're now waiting for Andrei Esipenko and his move. I absolutely have no doubts that he's gonna go for short castle. Black is gonna go for short castle as well, and after that we just have to see what he's gonna opt for. Will he go with bishop f4 followed by knight bd2, or bishop f4 followed by knight c3? In any case, they just need to go at some point and to break, yeah, you see. So he went with a bishop on f4. He's opening up the dark square, d2 square for the knight, so that knight eventually can go on d2, and it can support the ideas of e4, while at the same time, he won't have problems if the c4 pawn is gonna hang or not. Second thing, could be that after like bishop f4, you might be going with short castle followed by rook d1, placing your rook on the open d file, and eventually you just want to jump with the knight on e5, doing some sort of x-rays against the queen on d8. Those are like the most important aspects of this variation. So we're just waiting for both of these guys to keep on making their moves. I absolutely have no doubt that he's gonna play short castle, and then we gotta see whether he wants to play first bishop b7, and where does he want to put his knight on b8. Is it gonna be d7 or a6? So let's move on to the board number 2, Kirill Shevchenko against Benjamin Gledura. I just have to, before we check the position itself, I just have to tell you that Shevchenko is performing really well so far in this tournament. Surprisingly, or not surprisingly, high level. I mean, he's almost 2,700. He also won very convincingly Romanian championship, but in this tournament, he absolutely grinds down all his opponents, absolutely has every single game in full control, and I didn't see a single thing about a luck in those games by Shevchenko. So as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the guys who actually deserve to be on the top so far after all these rounds. Another thing is, if we just have to, let's take a look at this opening. It was Slav defense, knight c3, and d takes c4. So after e3, they just go with b5. b5 just defend the pawn on c4, a4 breaking this pawn structure, hoping for the probably most famous trick, a takes b5 followed by queen f3 to win the rook. And another thing is after a4, b4, knight just either goes back or goes somewhere else. And the pawn on c4 is hanging. Actually, it's going to be taken. He went with a queen d5. Knight brings back to d2, wants to get a pawn back, playing knight b1, and he just finally wants to get a pawn back. I guess, to be honest with you, I'm not so familiar with this variation. The thing is, when this queen or knight captures on c3, he probably just wants to go with the knight b4. And okay position, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't look bad for black at all. Another thing could be what's actually happening on the board between Etienne Bakra and David Paravian. So let's take a look at that one. So it's e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. Paravian is one of those guys. I was just checking some information from yesterday. He won his last 3 games, and with his last 3 wins in a row, Paravian is now fighting for the medals here. So he went for the Petrov defense, and Etienne Bakra just went for d4. It's very interesting because I've been talking about Bakra and his absolutely refreshing style, and all of a sudden he's the one who, after all these years and playing mainly d4, he now switched to e4. Just like you see, he's perfectly well prepared and he knows his stuff after d4. After d4, knight takes c4, bishop a3, and d5. If you remember yesterday, we saw that somebody played, instead of d5, they just went for knight c6, that famous move by Jacob Murray. But in this case, d5 is just the main line, knight takes c5, bishop d6, castles, castles, and c4. Just like I previously told you in a couple of previous games, by Brkic and by some other, I believe even Croatian strongest player, we could have seen here knight c3 by white. But the thing is, here Etienne Bakra just went for a c4, and David Paravian goes for a c5. Whoever remembers all those candidate matches and all those games between Kasparov and Karpov, then Yusupov, Jan Timan, Michael Adams, and all these guys who were like playing those matches, the c5 was absolutely the most popular continuation by black. After knight c3, d takes, c takes, bishop e5. It's Bakra's idea, like it's Bakra's turn, so I absolutely have no doubts that he's going to capture here an e5. Probably, if in this position you think about something, you just have to go with d takes e5, or I don't know, does queen h5 work as well, threatening mate and going after the bishop on e5. So those are the possibilities in this position, but I believe there is nothing wrong with just d takes e5 and a little bit better position and control of the center thanks to the bishop pair. So that's the thing. Let's go and let's move on to the next game. Valentin Dragnev, who was very lucky in yesterday's game, now made a draw with the white pieces, playing against Anton Korobov. So this is a pretty good draw for Korobov, who's gonna be white tomorrow, and he's just gonna wait for his chance with white pieces. So the thing about this game is that Dragnev went for main line of the Sicilian, actually against the Sicilian, and Anton Korobov just went for his and the most popular and probably the best Sicilian Najdorf. So after like e5, after like knight b3, bishop e7, bishop e3, bishop e6, went for g4. Korobov just broke in the center with fast d5. And after this, they just went for these moves and already made a draw at this point by repetition, because he keeps threatening both rook on e1 and pawn on e3. Okay, so these are the most important moves in the game between Dragnev and Korobov, and that game is already drawn. Another guy who's playing really fantastic throughout the whole tournament is Denis Cadrich. Denis Cadrich, you had a chance to watch him here twice. He made, I believe, 3 miniatures in this tournament. He's got a very, very aggressive style. I just said I'm very proud of that guy, because when he was younger, I was his coach. And you could have enjoyed his analysis and all those really, really amazing attacking games that he's performed so far. So Denis Cadrich drew against Gelfand, drew against Sargsyan, Martyrosian, and today he's just facing with the black pieces Anton David Gihara. Gihara wasn't that convincing in this tournament. He actually had like lots of troubles in converting some of the advantages, turning the games upside down in previous rounds. But here, he's like one of the highest rated players, and he's a guy with lots of experience. So it would be very interesting to see. Also, Gihara is extremely dangerous with the white pieces. So let's see what's gonna happen in this tournament. Based on the shape, this is going to be a roughly even game. So let's take a look at the opening. It was d4, knight f6, c4, d6. If you remember Cadrich being asked here, he said that he always goes with d6, so he can avoid some of all those lines, like same-ish defense, 4 pawns attack, and many other side lines. And just like you see, white is unable to play anything else but the main lines of the King's Indian. So after like knight c3, g6, e4, bishop g7, bishop e2, Gihara is always fond of this bishop e2, bishop e3. I spoke about this operation. It's called semi-Auerbach hand. Recently, it became absolutely the most popular line with the white pieces. I even remember someone made a pretty good course with the white pieces to play this variation. It's pretty difficult. I believe it's Delchev. It's pretty difficult to play this with black pieces without having everything and knowing everything, just like I previously said, as the back of your hand. But 3 moves are the most popular here. It's either e5, it's knight c6, or c5. Depends on your preferences and other type of the games. Cadrich went for knight a6. He doesn't want to commit himself with either e5 or c5, and he just wants to hesitate. He just wants to see what is white going to do. Gihara went with h4, and by the way, he's just ready to face knight f3 with e5, which is going to be one sort of a Gligorich line there. So after like h4, Cadrich played h5, doesn't want to give him those options. Gihara went for f3, and now he decided to break with c5 and going into some sort of Benoni defense. So after knight c7, now we're just waiting on Cadrich's move. Believe me, guys, this is full of theory, and there is a long way to go and to reach. Speaking of theory in these positions, so it's too early to talk about anything else. We just have to go on other games, and we'll get back to this one. Then we have Serbian derby here. It's Velimir against Alexander Pratke. So I'm just waiting for the game to be uploaded, and there we go. I just have to talk about both of these guys and players. This is extremely going to be challenging for both of these guys. I just have to say that Velimir is current Serbian champion. And Pratke from, like 1st of March is a new Serbian player since he took the Serbian citizenship, and he actually belongs now to Serbian Federation. And now this is gonna be a fight for the top in Serbia. So Serbian champion against Alexander Pratke, new strongest, highest rated Serbian player. This is gonna be quite an interesting thing. Velja, actually that's a nickname in Serbia for Velimir. Velja is, he wasn't that convincing throughout the whole and throughout the most of this tournament. In the last couple of rounds, he's actually doing pretty good and won most of his games, and that makes him being so dangerous. You probably remember him from the World Cup, where he qualified in the top 16, making one of the best results as a Serbian player in the last decades. And Velimir is always dangerous, extremely dangerous for all kinds of players with white pieces. So here, Velimir opted for e4, c5, knight f3, e6, and played b3. It's very unusual to see this b3 against any of the Sicilians, but I always claimed if you go with b3 against some Sicilian, probably it should be you should do that against e6 lines. He's always known as one of the top and absolutely most prepared guys in the world of chess. So it's a really, really good thing. And Velja opted for b3 as occasionally his coach and second, and I've never seen that he went for this b3 option. So this is going to be pretty interesting because he probably had something in his mind here. After a6, bishop b2, d5. Why a6? a6 gives you more than important flexibility. But at the same time, when you play d5 after e takes, Vladimir Akopian, the guy from Armenia, was the guy who liked to play these positions with white pieces with amazing results. Usually your light square bishop goes on b5, you exchange it, you go castle, and then you break d4, and with already having like few minor pieces being exchanged, the d5 pawn is going to be weak in that case. Here, that's not a case. That's why Pratke played that move a6, and Velimir went for queen e2, and after like bishop e6, went for g3, went for bishop g2, d4, castles, bishop e7, played knight e5, removing that knight and opening up the diagonal for the bishop and g2, then breaking in the center, and there we go. There we go. He came up with queen c6 check. Would be very interesting to see what did he prepare, for example, against bishop d7. To be honest, I don't understand what could be the point after queen c6, bishop d7. Probably only move is queen f3 and then d4 is hanging. But what if bishop g4? Does it mean that Velimir is actually ready to make a draw with the white pieces? Or maybe this is just opening that I'm absolutely unfamiliar with, and I don't know what are the lines and possibilities here. But to be honest with you, if bishop d7, I don't see anything better but queen f3. And then what after bishop g4? I don't see anything better than queen c6. Maybe queen f4, but let's see what's gonna happen there. So he just came up with this queen c6, and we're just now waiting for Pratke to make a move. Then we have Boris Gelfand against Konstantin Lupulescu. Lupulescu is the guy who, just like Velimir, with the last couple of with a good streak of his wins in the last couple of rounds, made a comeback and actually break into the top. He's a very well and very experienced player. Used to be 2600 for all these years. And this was another Catalan. I don't want to spend my words on absolute legend with white pieces. I just checked his performance in this tournament. Gelfand is making really good in this tournament. He's actually performing almost 2,700, winning some points, rating points as well. And Gelfand is absolutely with the white pieces in this kind of a shape. He has to be considered as a favorite in this match. Gelfand went for bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, c6, castles. If you remember, we have absolutely the same position in game for probably the championship title between Esipenko and Sarana. After knight bd7, b3, b6, knight c3. Why b3? Because you want to defend pawn on c4 before you jump with the knight on c3. That didn't happen in Esipenko's game. Esipenko in his game went with the bishop f4 and played knight bd2. And Esipenko actually found, let's just say, a better place for the dark square bishop. So he just goes for a bishop f4, knight bd2, and wants to break in the center with e4. That's one thing. Another thing, you just have to keep in mind that after b3, Lupulescu played b6, knight c3, that's his idea. Now he pressures on c4, and I remember when Velimir when we were like in the World Junior Championship in Italy last year, like 2 months ago, he played against Adam Kozak exactly a line like this. e4, d takes, rook f to e1. That's exactly what Velimir played there. He went for this, and I just remember Kozak found one very interesting move there, but still Velimir had a chance to get a pretty big advantage. He missed it and eventually lost the game for the World Championship title. The thing is, here, Black is not supposed to take on b3, or if he takes, he's actually taking lots of risks. The point is, if you take, a pawn will take, you will open up the a file, you'll open up your rook, go after this bishop. So when the bishop goes on b7, there is a big possibility to come up with pretty good chances by kicking this knight away with e5 and simply dragging and moving all your pieces onto the king's side with e5, knight e4, h4, and doing stuff like that. I'm just saying, in general, that could be one of ideas there. Here, Black did it. Black actually, in this case, did c takes b3, and we're just expecting a takes b3. And after bishop e7, it's going to be very interesting to see how is Gelfand going to conduct this type of position, and it's all about initiative. So I'll always remember the game between Gelfand and Aronian playing in one Olympiad like approximately 10 to 15 years ago, where Gelfand came up in the Queen's Indian with some famous novelty at that time, sacrificed the pawn, or was it Aronian? I don't remember. And then, even though it's not his style, he just played an amazing attacking game. Let's see if that's going to be the case here. It's not that usual to see that here Black players take on b3 and open up the a file and the rook on a1. But let's go and let's see. I just expect a takes b3, but it doesn't have to be that he has to go with it. Of course that I would take by pawn, but maybe queen b3, rook a d1, moving the dark square bishop and playing something like, no, Gelfand played a takes b3, bishop b7, and this is exactly the line that I showed you previously. It's quite typical, but okay. And now let's take a look at his move now, because it's very important, because he just sacrificed the pawn. This is very obliging. I once again need to simply remind you of the fact that Gelfand is a fantastic positional player with a great sense for positional chess. And the thing is, Gelfand here sacrificed the pawn. He's white. He's playing opponent who's definitely, there is a big rating gap between these two guys. So here, if there is someone to push for a win, of course it should be Gelfand. And what I like about this game, he's white, he's down a pawn, and he has to go this way. So after bishop b7, he played h4. Exactly, that's the line connected with kicking the knight away from f6. He just wants to play e5. He wants to drag all his minor pieces onto the king side, and by supporting the g5 square or just going with some knight e4, knight g5 or bishop g5 ideas or h5, h6, he just wants to come up with king side attack and action in this game. Very, very interesting game this is going to be. Let's move on to the next one. Nils Grandelius against Sergei Azarov. In this game, it was like Raya Lopez, rook e1, b5, bishop e3, d6, c3, castles, h3, absolutely the main line. And after bishop e7, which is introduction into the Zaitsev variation, Nils went for d4, rook e8, knight bd2, bishop f8, and d5. That's one of the main options here by white. Knight b8, knight goes back to f1, and here knight to g3. For a long time, one of the main approaches by white was knight 3 to h2, and after that going with the knight on g4 and so on. Although Nils Grandelius opted for knight g3, and after knight c5, he now played knight h2. This is very interesting because usually we all try to somehow keep the light square bishop. He decided to give it up to reroute his knight, just like I previously said, knight h2 and knight g4, and possibly to open up the square f3 for the queen and to somehow launch some sort of initiative on the king side. Definitely Grandelius is favorite in this game, although you just have to know one thing about this guy, Sergei Azarov. He's actually doing pretty good in this tournament, and he's always really, really well theoretically prepared. He knows his lines, he knows his stuff. Yesterday he made an amazing win against Jules Mussar, so he shouldn't be underestimated at all. And by the way, the fact that he's got actually 7 points or 6.5 says enough for itself. Let's move on to the next one. Last move by Grandelius is knight h2. I'm a little bit surprised because he gives up the light square bishop. Usually you just want to use it afterwards by bringing back to c2, kicking the knight away with b4, and bringing the bishop back to b3. This is knight h2, and for me this is absolutely new plan by white. Okay, then Iskandarov against Santos Latasa. Let's take a look at the opening. Another Catalan, no, yeah, I was about to say Catalan opening, but here black went for d4, which means that black plays Benoni reversed. Benoni reversed, actually white is playing Benoni reversed, in which case black is just playing against Benoni down a tempo. It's a relatively interesting game for both sides. This is how it went. He doesn't want to give him b4. Iskandarov went for rook c1, knight e4, c5, and now it's white's turn. This guy, Iskandarov, is really making some good games throughout the whole tournament. He's been playing very good chess so far, and it's going to be quite an interesting game. Here he went with the knight on d2. He wants to reposition this knight to c4 and wants to go for d6. At the same time, he opens up the queen to go on the queen side, sorry, king side, and he just potentially wants to have that queen on h5 doing the attack. This is the thing. In order to understand like all the most important concepts of this position, you just have to know here white plays Benoni defense reversed. Also, ideas are either knight c4, knight d6, queen h5 at some point, or f4, f5, limiting the scope of the dark square bishop and fighting against that queen on e7. That's the thing, and that's how it goes. Another thing that you have to be familiar with in this position is that if white manages to go with some b4, he's gonna have like a very, very nice initiative on the queen side. Okay, so the thing is, he just wants to, at some point, somehow break with b4 if that's possible. Okay, that's the thing. So we're just waiting for black's move, and in the meantime, let's go to Nguyen against Namiguliev. Nguyen had a very interesting, actually, development throughout this tournament. He made, I believe, 3 first wins, and then he drew all his games. Let me just see if I'm right. Yes, he made 4 wins out of 5 games, and after that he drew all his games, which is quite interesting. And he's known as a player who likes to play solid chess. I'm pretty sure he's gonna try absolutely everything to win this game because he's higher rated, he's white, and out of the opening, this could be pretty interesting game for white. So this guy went for, Namiguliev went for Queen's Gambit accepted, took on c4 after e4, a5, knight f3, bishop e4, knight c3, captured by knight, took on c4, played f3, brought the bishop black, played knight c2, and went for bishop g5. One thing about Nguyen, his style is very, very solid. His positions are always structurally, like healthy, and he never takes unnecessary risks. So this is going to be a very interesting game between 2 absolutely different kinds of styles. And if I have to favor someone here, that probably should be white. Not because of rating difference and get, but because he's white, he's got a pretty solid position even after this opening, and that's the way he plays. So this is gonna be another interesting game. Okay, we have Korkolos Arditis Stamatis against Nijat Abbasov. Once again, we have to simply congratulate to Korkolos for absolutely astonishing performance in this tournament. He's 27-24 after 9 rounds. He got another GM Nor. I'm not sure, possibly even GM title. Korkolos, throughout the whole tournament, really showed a fantastic, shape. Also, all his games were really, really well so far. So let's take a look at this one. He's especially good in theory, and he's also good in calculation and creativity in those positions, also in some sort of sorting out pretty well with the complications. So let's go this one, knight f3, knight f6, c3, e6, bishop c4, castles, main line of the Queen's Gambit accepted, where he went for the move b3. After, it's just one of the moves, I believe Mamedov likes to play b3 with the white pieces. Kramnik for all these, last 2 decades has been using bishop b3, and that was absolutely the main move by white throughout all these years. And then you have Joël Etienne, that, let's just call it older, generation of chess players who used to play a4 to prevent b5, and where they just played with a knight up, and where they just gave up on the b4 square in the rest of their games. Also, you could have seen in one of the games Kozubov captured on c5. I also remember so many games won by Kramnik with d takes c5, but here Korkolos just opted for b3. After knight b7, bishop b2, bishop e7, brought the knight back. Why is he bringing the knight back? Bringing the knight back is because he wants at some point to have knight b2, knight c4. So after castles, knight b2, it's white's turn, and we just have to see what is he going to play in this position. Most logical things could be rook c1, or something related with e4. Although whenever you actually put your bishop back on e2, you just have problems with the activity of the light square bishop in that game. So it's very interesting to see whether he wants to go e4, e5, opening up light square bishop, afterwards by placing it on the diagonal b1 h7, or he just wants to go with some knight c4, or in my opinion, one of the most logical things, rook c1 or queen c2 at the moment, then rook c1 hiding the queen, for example, on b1 and a1, and afterwards playing like this. Let's go for the next game. Next one is Rasmus Svane against Frederick Svane. Oh my goodness, I didn't know their brothers are actually playing against each other. This is very interesting. For some reason, I would expect a draw between those two guys, but let's just see what's going to happen there. This was Ragozin defense. c4, knight c3, bishop b4, knight f3. Actually, it started like Nimzo Indian, but after knight f3, castles, bishop g5, d5, in transposed into the Ragozin defense. And this was line that Kramnik liked to play with the white pieces, but it looks like hyper solid for white, and also both of these guys have extremely solid styles. So let's just wait and see what's going to happen in this game, although for some reason I wouldn't expect any of these guys to push so hard. Then we have Gumulars against Daniele Vocaturo. Gumulars is quite a good player. He's actually playing really well, especially in the last couple of rounds. He's got a very interesting style in his chess. In this opening, he's just fighting against Daniele Vocaturo, who likes to play Tarrasch defense with the black pieces, but I was actually going to say who likes to play very attacking, very interesting games full of initiative and sacrifices. So here, after knight f6, g3, knight c6, a3. a3 is something a little bit different in comparison to all those classic approaches. Classic approaches, bishop g2, bishop g5, short castle, and so on and so on. But the thing is, just a3, c4. This move a3 is aimed against Swedish approach. Swedish approach is c4 followed by bishop b4. Here black anyways went for c4, bishop g5, bishop e7, bishop g2, e3, h6, captured there and brought a knight back to g1 and rerouting that knight to e2, kicking the bishop away and going like this. This is what I like about this guy, Gumulars. Very interesting style. He's got some very, I'd say, refreshing ideas in his openings, and I really enjoy style of this guy very much. So this could be quite an interesting game. Also against Vocaturo, to play a game like this sounds like a good idea to simply shut off his initiative, you know, like intentions, if there are any in this type of position, and to slowly grind down your opponent in the queenless type of middle game. Then we have Jan Subel against Yuri Kuzubov. Jan Subel or Shubel, I'm not so sure. He's this young Slovenian player who's performing fantastic in this tournament. He's really playing amazing. He already won his GM title. Sorry, GM norm. I'm not so sure about a title, but he's absolutely playing the tournament of his life here. So far, so good. In this opening, he went for the Rossolima, and after g6, bishop g7, opted for c3. Knight f6, rook e1. You know how much I actually like this Rossolima gambit with d4. The thing about this one is after c takes, knight e4, d5. I remember when I played against Elyanov in one of the European Championships and drew my tournament game. But the thing is, nobody wants to go with this one. Actually, he just goes in this line with rook e1, more solid option with d4, d5, knight e4, bishop e3. And I just have to tell you that this variation is considered to be slightly, but a long-lasting better for white. So that's pretty good approach. Another thing in this position is that, okay, Subel now threatens to take on d5, and after queen d5 to play bishop c4, for example, let's say they play something. Okay, not this one, because in that case you wouldn't have that, but you had bishop a4, bishop e3. Let's say rook c8, you just go with the knight d5, and bishop c4 is on horizon. So that's why Kozubov will have to do something to solve the problem with this, maybe even place the king on h8, in which case he can play some h3, he can take on c6 and afterwards pressure that knight on c6, or even go with some queen b3 ideas. White absolutely is doing fine in this type of position. Then next one is Varmerdam against Igor Janik. Quite an interesting clash between these two young players. Varmerdam is, of course, a favorite in this match, but Igor Janik is really playing good in this tournament. Varmerdam went for a Reti opening. Janik Igor went for that g3, b5. I always like this approach against knight f3 and g3 to play this knight f6 and b5. It's a space-grabbing move where you just play b5 and get a little bit more space on the queen side. So after like castles, e6, d3, and then all of a sudden, Varmerdam Max went for knight a3. After a6, c4, bishop a3, d takes, rook b1, and as far as I'm concerned, I'd enjoy more being white here. I don't care about the double pawns. I actually care more about the open b file, and way more important, in my opinion, is the bishop pair. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, this should be good position for white out of the opening, but okay, it's a long way to go and there is nothing more to say about this position. Let's just sit and wait. Then Daniel Darda against Parhov Yair. Speaking of this guy with black pieces, Parhov is another guy who got a GM norm. He's really playing well this tournament. Israeli player with a really, really high performance in this tournament. But you also have to know one thing. Speaking of Darda, he's been playing like really good chess throughout the whole tournament. You see, he's always have these creative ideas out of his opening. Played knight f3, d5, a3, knight f6, c4, b3, and this ratty opening with the knight c3, c takes, queen c2, with h4 reminds me on all those interesting bullet games where you're just go with this type of a system. I consider this system extremely dangerous for black. I very much enjoy this type of ideas by white. I find them very not only interesting but kind of challenging for black. Yuri Parhov played Yair Parhov played f5 to stop knight g5, and after bishop e2, now Darda has to come up somehow with rook g1 and g4. That has to be one of his ideas in this position. Definitely something to do here related with that. Is he gonna play rook g1 followed by g4, or first a3 to stop knight b4? Exactly. Okay, it's a long way to go about this one. We gotta check this one as well. So we're just moving on and checking other games, and we'll get back to this one because I can feel a great excitement and development of events in this game. Okay, then Martirosyan against Edis Gurel. Gurel is performing fantastic. He got a GM norm. It's a kid who's only 14. Amazing skills in this tournament. He didn't show any kind of and didn't have any kind of luck throughout the whole competition. Pure quality. I especially like his stamina, for example, in the middle games and end games against more experienced players. He's got a bright future. So this is a very, very interesting fight. Martirosyan is the second amongst the highest rated players in this tournament. They just went for Moscow variation of the this defense, and after D takes, G6, bishop G7, queen E7, castles, played that A5, brought the knight to F6, and now wants to bring the bishop back to E8. In these positions, you just bring the bishop back to E8 to open the D file. Then you bring another rook from A8 to C8. And if you remember, we already had in this tournament one game with the black pieces in this type of system, Gelfand against Vrnjacka, and Gelfand managed to win that with black pieces. So this could be a pretty important game for both of these guys in terms of, like who's going to qualify. The thing is, we just need to know about the system that after you go, like with bishop d7, followed by bishop e8, rook a c8 and stuff like that. This is like really, really very, very nice system for black. So I'm just expecting bishop e8 and rook a c8, just to know, because at some point they're just going to set up some internet and making even better and faster. We're just going to make a short break, and we will just carry. It's going to be in approximately 10 minutes from now. Then we have Sargsyan against Murzin. Sargsyan against Murzin. Sargsyan, who absolutely has the toughest style. He's the highest rated opponent in the whole tournament. C takes, queen c2, e3. They went for the queen's gambit orthodox. White went with h6, bishop h4, rook e8. Castle 94. Sargsyan decided to capture on e4 by bishop. For example, I'm familiar with bishop e7, queen e7, rook a b1, and with b4 ideas in these positions, because if knight f8 to go on g6, you just go b4. It's called minority attack against the Carlsbad pawn structure. And if you remember, in these type of games, all you have to do is just go bishop e4 and knight goes back to d2. Never play knight to d2. Actually, with the knight on d6, it can be applied on g6. So you just go with this, and eventually you just want to do the minority attack. And instead of your opponent having a good, healthy Carlsbad pawn structure, you just go with b4 and b5 and take on c6 and create a backward pawn instead. So the thing is, Sargsyan didn't want to go for that. He opted for bishop e4. Then after bishop h4, came up with check, took on h4, brought a knight back, played rook f to e1, played f3, and he's now ready to play like this. His style is extremely tough. He likes those, let's just call them tedious positional games and positions. That's the way it is, and white is maybe a little bit better here, but I'd say nothing that special. Then we have Kobalia Navara. It was Slav defense, that line with the bishop f5, bishop e4, f3, bishop g6. Avrech in his opening repertoire covered this line in details, and after like c takes, knight g6, along castles, king goes on b1, rook goes on c1, and just like you see, Kobalia rerouted his knight back to e2. He wants to go with g4, h4, and h5 with the attack on the king side, while at the same time, he wants to have an open c file for his rook and for his bishops. This is a current position, pretty interesting one, and to be honest with you, I am not so familiar with making castle in these positions. I played more than 25 tournament games with white pieces in this position, and I did make long castle, but I never played this plan with breaking with a4, going with open c file, bringing the knight back to e2, and then doubling these rooks on c file. Quite an interesting one, and it's absolutely something new, and this is what I like about this plan, although we just have to keep in mind that Navara is always dangerous in positions where the calculation is an option. Then Lagarde against Ivan Šarić. Maxim Lagarde, after he lost his game against Stankovic convincingly in the second or third round, he now went against Šarić. Šarić opted for the main line of the King's Indian, and then he played c6. So he didn't want to play popular e takes d4. He doesn't want to play knight c6 Mar del Plata. He just opted for c6. After d5, knight a6, bishop g5, bishop knight g4, f5, g3, knight f6, knight h4, knight c7. And I heard in the chat room somebody said Šarić is in problems. I fully disagree with this one. This is a typical King's Indian. Engines always prefer white against any kind of King's Indian, and I absolutely believe this is a normal game for black. How many bad positions and worse type of assessments by the engines you can get in these type of games and in King's Indians, this is nothing, and I absolutely believe black is doing fine in this one. And for example, as a King's Indian player, I just have to say that I'm absolutely okay with this game for black. So Chaparinov against Sulejmanli. Chaparinov is playing well throughout the whole tournament. I don't think that he lost even a single game. Yeah, he won few games and drew the rest. So Chaparinov is really performing well here. His positions were always good. Yesterday he was actually defending that game, and actually he lost yesterday, if I remember correctly, in an equal end game. But okay, here he's white, he's well theoretically prepared, he's good when it comes to tactics, and he's definitely in a better position. Okay, then we go on to the next one. Mchedlishvili against Ruslan Ponomariov. A shocking loss for Ponomariov yesterday. Somehow in completely winning position, he blundered that pawn, and that almost costed him a title here. But what can you do? I mean, that's the way it is. He just blundered in a winning position. Now he has to fight hard and to show his stamina and strength, psychological strength in this tournament. We're just going to check like this and one more game, and after that, just like I told you, stay tuned, stay on. We're just going to do something to improve our internet. So Ponomariov went for e4, e5, knight f3, and after bishop c4 opted for 3 knights. So after like d3, bishop e7, castles, castles, knight c3. Nowadays, this variation is considered to be absolutely the best for white. You play a4, since the last move by black was d6 to defend pawn on e5, and they just, after they play d6, they just threatened to jump knight a5 and to win the light square bishop. You can play a3, but it's way better move to play a4. You get some space on the queen side. In some of these lines, apart from getting shelter for the bishop on a2, you also get like a5 ideas for pushing this pawn upwards on the queen side and simply getting the space there. And this line nowadays is considered to be better for white. After like bishop d2, bishop e6, we're now having this game. I remember when Jordan and Forrest played against Ivan Ivanišević in European Team Championship 2 years ago like this, and it was quite an interesting game here with a5 approach. Ivanišević at some point jumped with the knight on b4, and that's how he played there. Okay, and finally Donchenko against Borochovsky, quite an interesting game. So it's Catalan opening, open Catalan with d takes c4, knight c6, where black goes with a rook b8 and wants to defend on c4 with b5. After rook to d1, castles, d5, e5, d4, just like you see, Borochovsky sacrificed a pawn, and after like bishop g5, this is what we have in this position. So 3 pawns for the piece. Borochovsky likes these type of positions with lots of craziness on the board, and it's going to be quite an interesting game. Last one out of those 25 games is Pavel Teklov against Alexander Injic. So Polish player who's, in my opinion, strongest GM in the world at the moment, 2570 rated. He went for this English opening, and after e5, bishop e2, Indjic went for d5, went all in into this type of the game, but right after that he just exchanged everything, and this is not going to be easy for him to push for a win. Looks pretty much equalish, and it's a big question, will he gonna be able to push for a little bit more than just a draw in this type of the game. And once again, stay here. Just before I go on that short break, in order to make it faster, I just want to show you once again this one, Esipenko against Alexei Sarana. So we just know that it was Catalan opening, that he went for queen c2, played bishop f4 to jump with the knight on d2, and played rook f c1. After like knight h5, played d3, h4 to secure the position of the bishop on f4, captured by knight, played queen a4, and there we go. In position like this, black has the bishop here advantage, white has more of initiative, better development, and definitely slight advantage is on Esipenko's side. So guys, I'll be back very soon. Be there. We just want to make it even better, and we just make the internet even faster. See you in a little while. Welcome back, guys, to the full coverage of the European Championship, 10th round. So we're just checking one of the most important games in the whole tournament, Esipenko against Sarana. Esipenko playing white. We can easily see his favorite opening. So this is nothing else but Catalan opening. So far he scored like some really nice wins against Kacharava in like 3 rounds ago, when he was our guest and discussing and analyzing that game. Last move by Sarana is Queen D7. He's just looking for, let's just call them calm waters. And afterwards, so take a look at this one. By bringing this queen to D7, he's actually hoping to trade the queens off, since he's got these bishops. And at the same time, he's looking at some E5, going after the knight on G4 in some of these lines. So we'll see what is Esipenko gonna go for. Most likely queen takes D7, knight D7 cannot bring anything that special to white. If queen goes back to B3, it actually forces black to go with some sort of C4 moves, which is going to close the light square bishop. So that could be an interesting possibility. And it's very, I'd say, unusual type of the game, with a very interesting placement of pieces on both sides. Okay, we move on to the next one. We move on to the next one, Shevchenko against Gledura. Gledura likes these stable, solid positions. Shevchenko, throughout the whole tournament, plays extremely strong. So this is going to be a very interesting game, because Shevchenko, if he wants to win this tournament, he just needs to win this game. So at the moment, positions is around equal. Then we have Etienne Bakra. He drew against David Paravian. They just went for kind of boring Petrov defense, and to be honest with you, the past few days showed that the Petrov defense and Berlin defense in general, E5 is absolutely the most reliable opening with the black pieces if you just want to equalize your game. Anton Korobov drew against Dragnev, we already know that. And here we're just checking Anton Gihara against Denis Cadrich. Denis Cadrich opted for some sort of Banco defense, where he just sacrificed pawn for having an open A and B files. Just like I told you, Cadrich really enjoys his games with like lots of initiative, space. He likes unorthodox type of positions, and definitely I think this could be a very, very dangerous position for Gihara. Cadrich is about to, he actually has like a pretty good pressure against the pawn on D5, and at the same time, the rook might go on E8 and go after the bishop on E2, and this is like very, very interesting position. Okay, I'd say roughly and mutually good chances on both sides. Although white might have some problems with the king on E1 and how to complete his development. If he, on the other hand, takes to release E2 square for the knight, he might accelerate black, you know, like simply black's development, and it's really looking okay for black, even though black is down a pawn. Then we have Ivic against Pratke. I spoke about this one. I told you that Ivic goes for queen c6, bishop d7, queen f3, bishop g4. To be honest with you, I'm not familiar with Velimir Ivic like this, especially with the white pieces, to just repeat the moves and go for the draw early out of the opening, because he was always like a big fighter, no matter who was his opponent. But okay, maybe that's part of his strategy in this tournament, although when you're white, you always should be pushing for a win. So nothing, they just keep repeating the same moves again and again. Ivic is taking his time, thinking, should he repeat the moves and make a draw or push a little bit more? Pratke certainly should be okay with the draw in that position. Gelfand is attacking. Gelfand is attacking. We stopped this Catalan opening at this moment when Gelfand, after d takes rook f to e1, just opted for a takes and h4. I told you that he was going to go with e5, that he wants to just jump with all these typical kingside moves to launch the attack. So after a5, interesting idea could be, I remember preparing this with the white pieces with someone. Interesting idea could be, how would he play if bishop takes, knight takes, and queen takes on h4? Would he go for a queen c7? Or would he go for rook e3 and rook h3? That's an interesting question. So is it queen c7, which definitely looks okay, or maybe even crazy rook to e3, but I believe definitely and more likely should be queen c7. Okay, he didn't want to take that pawn. Gelfand that went for g5. Now he brought this pawn all the way to g6, played bishop h3, and I gotta tell you one thing. This is one of those moments where you just want to reposition your king to h2 or h1. Here, more likely to h2, and go with the rook g1. It's Gelfand's turn. His queen is under the attack. Most likely he's going to hide his queen here on d3, because hiding this queen on d3 probably should be faced with some knight b8 and bishop a6 by black. And then he's going to go with some sort of king h2, rook to g1, bishop a6, queen a3. He goes with the rook on g1, and it's all about the initiative here for white. So I really enjoy in white's position here, because I really think this could be dangerous, very dangerous for black, and you just risk a lot if you decide to get a pawn just for giving your opponent attack on the king side and the initiative this way. So white seems to really performing well here. Nils Grandelius against Azarov. It's quite interesting that Azarov didn't want to take that bishop on b3, so after knight h2 he just played g6, and now Nils Grandelius played bishop c2, bishop g7, b4, and he brought the bishop all the way back to b3. I spoke about that. I told you that a typical line is bringing the bishop back, kicking the knight away with b4, and then bringing your bishop to b3. He's actually waiting and preparing himself for any c6, where he can easily take and open the bishop and even pressure on d6. After knight b6, it's Grandelius' turn. Question is whether he wants to play queen f3 followed by knight g4, or queen f3 followed by bishop g5, or queen f3 followed by something else. I believe queen f3 could be one of those moves, and definitely not f4 as someone suggested in the chat room, because then they just take, open up the bishop, and get an amazing outpost on e5. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Iskandarov against Santos Latasa. Iskandarov playing Benoni reversed, looking pretty good for both sides. Pawn on d4, it feels like a bone in someone's throat. From another point of view, that pawn on e6 looks backward and looks weak. There are like quite a good number of these important outposts in white's position, especially e5. Bishop on g2 does better than bishop on d7. Knight on c6 stands well. I'd say unclear position. Nguyen against Guliev. Nguyen is a lot better here. Obviously, that knight on d6, 4 against 3 on the king side. Possibility to play bishop c4. This looks a lot better for white, in my opinion. Then we move on to the next one. So instead of this, Korokoulos against Nijat Abbasov. Korokoulos against Nijat Abbasov. Let's just see what happened. Speaking of the opening, okay, so it was after b3, knight b3, knight bd7, right? Yes. Bishop b2, bishop e7. Brought the bishop back to e2, played knight bd2, and here we stopped broadcasting because, yeah, I mentioned that he wants to bring the bishop all the way back to e2 to jump with the knight on c4. Then to play, okay, he played rook c1, which we spoke about, played knight e5, which is nice, and played bishop f3, and after rook to d8. Well, if I have to say something about this one, this could be, it's pretty much equal. I don't see anything that's special for any of the sides, except one small thing. There is a great knight on e5 being supported by the bishop on b2. That's what I especially like about this game, and that's what I find really, really good for white in this position. Okay, let's go to Rasmus Svane against Fredrik Svane. I read somewhere commentary that they never make draw against each other, so these are brothers. Rasmus Svane is a little bit better than Fredrik, but this is a pretty tough game. There is like 50 points difference between two brothers. Probably he should be bringing his bishop back to b1 and threatening like b4. Fork. Svane Rasmus is taking lots of time in this game, and this is very unfortunate, you know, like development of events. Simply because it's 10th round and now you have clash of two brothers. One of these guys, if wins, is going to qualify, another not. And if they make a draw, might be that none of these guys is going to qualify. Or we can just put it this way. It's better one to qualify than none. So I don't know. It depends from perspective, but definitely here, Svane Rasmus looks absolutely fine, but black also looks fine, although he's got this IQP on d5 pretty weak. I'd say there is like dynamic equality in this position. Knight c5 is a pretty good move with knight c5, because in the position was bishop takes d3, bishop d3, knight c5. He now threatens the bishop, and not only that, he opens up the rook, threatens some d4, and threatens the bishop. So white has to move the bishop. He played queen c2. So Svane wants to play against the IQP for the rest of his game. Okay, but what if, for example, move like, I don't know, I'm just, what if this? What if this one? Oh my goodness, knight is hanging on c5, I apologize. So I blundered the knight. And once again, I just want to remind you, we're not using engines during the analysis, which is like very good, and there are always like human type of reactions and mistakes even possible. So with queen c2, he wants to win. But wait a sec. I want to apply the same idea, just a little bit different. I want to play b6 first. Can I play this one? It seems it doesn't work because of b4, right? No, what's the problem now? What did I miss now? What am I keep missing in this position? So b6, it's white to move. Now I defend this knight. What now? You can't play castle because of knight to d3, queen to d3, and bishop a6. Okay. Somebody said knight takes d3, queen takes d3, and taking d5 ever works for white. Yeah, I also believe this is like dynamic equality by black and looks pretty good, even though he has to face this IQP on d5. But wait a sec, I just don't see what's the problem with b6. I really don't see how is he going to benefit from having and fighting against this one. On b4, knight to d3, queen to d3, bishop a6, right? Why does engine like so much white in this position? That's my question. Maybe a simple move such as bishop e2, huh? Followed by b4, but nothing, then queen a4. I don't know. It's not even important. Position looks pretty unclear with chances on both sides. Okay, so here I just played that, sorry for this, and don't even count on move like bishop d7. In the game was bishop d3, knight c5, queen c2, and now it's black to move. It's black to move. Okay, we move on to the Gumulars against Vokatura. Gumulars is doing good in this position. Even though these are the opposite color bishops, he's having an amazing bishop on g2. Always a pretty good queenless type of middle game after queen g4, h takes g4. And he's got a very simple game on the queen side, since he's with b3 and a4 fully takes advantage of the queen side, and he wins on the queen side throughout the whole game. I very much like this one, and I really have to say that this looks good for white. So Gumulars is better in this game. Jan Shubey against Kuzubov. This is current position. With a broken pawn structure, he just decided to play a game like this, to probably play some queen a4 afterwards and try to win the pawn. I'm not a big fan of positions when, after like rook c1, king h8. I spoke about that move because he was threatening knight takes d5 followed by bishop c4. And now he went with h3, bishop f3, and he just opted for g takes f3. After knight d6, played bishop d3, knight c4, capturing, and this is like current type of the game. After like d takes c4, what else? It's white's turn. Is he gonna go with some sort of like d5 and no, d5 knight e5? That would be disastrous. Maybe queen a4 in this position, going after the pawn on c4. Maybe queen e2 in this position, going after the same pawn. So, but king is not on h8, actually. I keep forgetting about this fact. So after knight c4, bishop c4, d takes c4, he probably has to come up with something. Maybe even f4 in this position, followed by d5. But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of broken pawn structures around the king, so I don't know. Why did he opt for this? But okay, it's a matter of choice, and he certainly knows what he's doing. Just like I told you previously, throughout the whole tournament, he's really playing well. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Max Varverdam against Igor Janik. I spoke about this position right after the first couple of moves. Somehow I was enjoying, and I usually enjoy the bishop pair. But let's be honest, I don't see problems in Black's game. He's got a very compact and solid pawn structure. Well, what I liked about White's game is that type of initiative thanks to the open b file and the bishop pair. So it's one of those dynamically equal or unclear type of positions, because there are like pros and cons on both sides. Then we have the game between Darda and Yair Parhov. Parhov, who's really doing great throughout the whole tournament. Darda played this a3. Here we stopped analyzing this game, and I just told you, looking like those bullet games where you just have to find a way to take advantage of the bishop and b2 all together with the king side action. So he went with a knight g5. I spoke about this one in rook g1, g4. Played knight b5, trying to deflect the knight from defending e6. And after bishop d7, it's Darda's turn. He just has to come up with something here. He can go with bishop c4, he can take in bishop c4, he can go with g4, rook g1 and g4. Absolutely creative type of the game. He decided to take on c7. Queen c7 is the only move by Black, of course. And now we just have to see Will he go with bishop c4? Will he go with queen c4? But I like bishop c4. And then at some point breaking on the king side with g4. I really enjoy white's position here. I instantly knew it was going to be like very interesting type of position in the game. And somehow white's position looks very promising. Okay, Martirosyan against Gurel. We also discussed this position, and I told you bringing the bishop back to e8, keeping the full flexibility with the bishop pair, control of the center. He just played at a5 to control the queen side, but also he's also having a possibility of bringing the rook to c8 and breaking with c5. Black is doing well in this position. That's very interesting, and I don't see absolutely any problems for black in this type of the game. Okay, Martirosyan played this h4. He probably wants to do this battery, go with e5, and at some point break with h5. But somehow black's position looks extremely solid, especially on the king side, and I find lots of difficulties for white to carry on with the attack and the initiative in similar type of the games. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Sargsyan against Murzin. A relatively equal position. He's got an IQP on d5. White just has this eternal queen on d4. Sargsyan enjoys this type of games, but you know what? White is a little bit better. It's a long-lasting advantage. It's exactly how Sargsyan plays. Okay, it's pretty good approach against youngsters because they usually rely on tactics, and here Sargsyan just wants to somehow squeeze him down in some sort of strategic fight. Kobalia against Navarra. Kobalia applied this new idea in the Slav defense, and I once again have to show it to you because, just like I told you, I played so many times these positions, and I used to teach my students, don't take on d5 till they develop this knight. But here, Kobalia took on d5. He doesn't care about the knight coming to c6 because thereafter knight a5 and knight c4 could be dangerous. He went for knight g6. Of course, he has to do it if he doesn't want to have problems with a long queenside castle. And after knight e6, he now went with the king b1. Okay, he went for that king b1. And after like king b1, a6 to go with b5, rook c1, he takes advantage of the open c file and says, hey buddy, if you opt for knight a5, knight c4, the thing is, I don't mind about that because that's why I placed my rook on the c file. So after rook c8, bishop d3, knight d7, knight e2. Very interesting idea. So he brings the knight back, and he wants to go with what? He wants to double up his rooks on the c file, and first to make sure not to have problems with the h2 pawn. He plays a4, which is a shocking like development of event, because look at this. Black wants to play, he went for b5, Navarra wants knight b6 and knight c4. So here he goes with a4 and says, okay, I'm going to undermine your pawn structure. B takes, queen takes, knight b6, and now he says, now you won't have an amazing c4 outpost. That's why he played a4. So maybe I wasn't right at first when I said that he went for some a4. Actually, he had to play a4 in order to avoid, you know, like a strong outpost c4 for the black. So after like rook c2, doubling these rooks, taking on b4, and this is current position. But let's be absolutely objective about this position. It's maybe tiny bit better for white, but it's around equal. Then we have Maxime Lagarde against Ivan Šarić. Okay, so 2 for 5, 2 for 5. For some reason, I really like Šarić's position here. It's a typical King's Indian with an open bishop on g7, with a passed pawn on e4, with a good blocking knight on d6, maybe some rook a6 in, no, rook a6 doesn't work because of bishop, but in that case, maybe some queen somewhere, queen b8 or queen f6, something like that. Okay, it's a good position for black, so once again, I wouldn't mind playing this with black, and this looks like a good King's Indian game with black pieces. Because in the chat room, I heard that Sharit's position is very difficult. That's absolutely out of truth. So I absolutely enjoy black's game here after like bishop c5, and for example, queen f6 is just one option. Another option could be queen b8. I don't know what he's gonna opt for, but any of these moves is just, okay. So Shari just played queen f6, which is absolutely okay. He's removing the queen onto diagonal, supporting the diagonal and the pressure there, and also he maybe wants to go with rook fc8. Black is absolutely satisfying here. Then Cheparinov against Suleimanli. Cheparinov came up with some very nice King's Indian actions. He's also having an X-raise against the king on h7. Cheparinov seems to be a lot better. He's great when it comes to tactics. I really enjoy his position here, and I think he's better. Obviously, white is better here. Then Machedlishvili against Ponomarev. This is current position. Bishop on p3 seems like a good piece. Pawn on a5 looks like a nice space-grabbing move, and he just wants to go after the pawn on b7. It's a pretty good one, so I don't see problems here for Ponomarev. Just played queen c7, makes perfect sense. So he defends the pawn on b7, defends the bishop, and wants to go with d5 next. Even defends the pawn on e5 once he pushes d5. Nice move by Ponomarev with the queen c7. So it would be very interesting how is white going to react on this one. Will he move his knight somewhere? Or he's gonna play, I don't know, maybe some c3 here, d5, queen b5, like this, c3. And if you play d5, some queen b5 or something like that. And if you take, I can just take, it's not even a problem even if you take on c3, because I can first kick your queen away. Actually, am I trapped? No, I'm not trapping your queen. But here I can take, bishop takes, no, it's not a good line because a5 is hanging. So just give me a moment. I just came up with that c3. That was the very first thing that struck me there. So let me just see. Maybe rook c1, d5, queen b5. But okay, Ponomarev certainly doesn't have any problems with black pieces after like 15 moves. Okay, next one. Boruchovsky, who sacrificed the piece against Donchenko. His positions are very interesting. He always opts for lots of these positions where he just goes for initiative, for unorthodox type of games. I like his approach, and I absolutely cannot give like a clear assessment on this one because he has these powerful pawns in the center, while white is up a piece and he even has the bishop here. So it's probably better for white, but it's not positioned without any chances for black at any point. Injic drew against Pavel Teklov, so highest rated Serbian player until Pratke transferred to list, made an easy draw with the black pieces, and probably he wants to push with white in the last round. Rachmanov, Maurici Marcandria. Rachmanov is a little bit better in this position. What was this? Was it like, it was like position, Romanician system with rook e1 and e4. So some sort of similarity with the Pirts, with e4. Now he captures, brings the knight to d4 and playing like this. Okay, so it's a pretty interesting position for both of these guys, and white but white seems to be a little bit better. It's pretty good approach against young GMs because they're familiar with the main lines, and Rachmanov always comes up with some sort of interesting things. Let's get back to the most important game and most exciting game today. Esipenko, after queen d7, decided to take, played rook e1 and go after that weakness on e6, and played knight to e3. Here it's Sarana's turn. Esipenko has like a small advantage here for sure. Yeah, he actually assessed that it's pretty good thing to take on to trade off these queens, because afterwards he can just go after the pawn on e6. Quite an interesting approach, and this is something to something where he's gonna push in a very safe mode here. Practically speaking, it's like a very nice approach by Esipenko, because he's trading these queens off and he says, okay, I'll push and I'll try to win, but I won't take so many risks. So it's a good thing, and I believe white is a little bit better. Then we have Kirill Shevchenko against Gledura. I told you both of these guys are extremely tough, and Shevchenko, by playing queen b1, can we in a way say that he is pretty much aware of the fact that maybe he won't be able to get anything that's special with against the bishop pair with the queens on the board, and that he felt kind of, you know, like a little bit frightened by this queen on g6. So he now wants to move it, and by removing the queen, he just wants to, by having both of these rooks on the A and B files and jumping knight a5, knight c5, playing a little bit better queenless middle game. It is a little bit better, but it's a very, very small advantage. Etienne Bakra drew against Paravian, Dragnev drew against Korobov, Anton Gihara, Cadrich. I spoke about this guy. I told you that Gihara likes these crazy type of the games, but Cadrich as well. And Cadrich is very good when it comes to tactics. So this is a nice game, and this is a nice type of position for, I guess, both of these players wouldn't complain. But wait a sec, what if bishop takes e2? Then you gotta take by knight, right? And when you take by knight, then I take on g4. So would he go with some sort of like h5? Aha, he can take on g4 in this position. Okay, so wait a sec. What if I play just rook to e8, but then g takes h5, right? So, and what if h takes, f takes this one, and after f takes, if he goes with rook e8 or just queen e7, to be honest with you, I find this extremely risky, and I think that Cadrich should be pretty satisfied to play a game like this because he's got chances in this game. Somebody said, Alberto Romero says playing like this. I agree, but not like this, Then I take on f3. You play knight f3, and then I play like bishop e2, rook e8, g takes h5. The thing is, most likely he's gonna take like this. If h5, I would just take on f3. I can even, I would just take on f3. And when you take by knight, I would just go with, can I? No, I don't want to take. Can I just go with a rook e8 here? I like this, and go for a crazy game. If you take on f3, isn't h6 good? I don't know. I mean, you gotta calculate a lot in this type of games. I mean, you just have to calculate some f2, f takes c2, and stuff like that. I'm not saying that you're not right. I'm just saying it's absolutely crazy type of position here. So this is a crazy. Maybe he's not even supposed to take, but to play rook e8, and if g takes h5, not to touch anything. and just to sit and wait. For example, a move like, I don't know, maybe like queen d7, hiding this queen on f5. So this is going to be a very double-edged type of the game with mutual chances, and it is certainly not going to, at least by its looking at a moment, it is not going to end in a draw. Either one of these guys is going to win, I agree. Velimir drew against Pratke, a little bit unusual for his style. By repeating moves, he just opted for a draw with a white piece. He's been always a very big fighter, and what does this mean? So Pratke is the highest rated now Serbian player. Was he just satisfied with white pieces with the draw, or he was just surprised and somehow got caught by Pratke's opening choice? I believe there is a little bit of both. Okay, Gelfand against Lupulescu. We analyzed this. And look at this. In the game was bishop h3, rook c8. Gelfand went for queen b1. And after rook c6, he went for b4. And after this one, played b5. Rook c4 is a Lupulescu's idea. I don't know, somehow Gelfand, he can take on e6 in this position. Let's see what happens. Bishop e6. Probably black is going to go with the king on h8, not on h7, on h8. Am I missing something here? Am I missing this one, and queen g6, right? But then, rook f3, queen h5, right? So just wait a sec. So probably bishop e6, king h7, and then let's say king h2. But no, in that case, this bishop is hanging. So somehow I have a feeling that I didn't like the b4 here. Looks like after like rook c6, okay, he's just opting for this move and wants to play f6. Why didn't Gelfand go in this position with the queen on d3? And if rook c6, go with the king on h2 to play rook g1. That would be my way of playing and bringing my queen onto the king side and keeping the tension there. He just brought the queen back all the way to b1, played b4, play now this b5, played bishop e6, and this is a current position. But you know what? I objectively speaking, don't see an attack for white. Well, I see now lots of counter chances for black. Also, at the moment, he threatens to win the piece on the spot. This looks pretty dangerous. Knight g5 doesn't work because of bishop g5 and queen e6. So I am not satisfied with Gelfand's position here. Maybe I'm missing something, but maybe bishop g5, rook takes f3. I don't know. Somehow, all of a sudden, position that I really enjoyed for white, somehow his initiative evaporated. Okay, Nils Grandelius against Azarov. Deep positional game. Nils, after knight b6, played bishop g5, provoked his weakness with h6, brought a bishop back to e3, and after queen e7, it's a little bit better, slight advantage for white, typical Rai Lopez game with white pieces. Iskandarov against Santos Latasa. Iskandarov against Santos Latasa, last move is knight e7. He controls f5 to take by knight. He wants to go with bishop c6, opposing that bishop. He wants to go knight d5 and knight e3 in some positions. Also, this knight is without good activity. Look at this knight. Cannot go to b3, cannot go to c4, cannot go to e4. Very, very strong position for black from positional point of view. Nguyen, he keeps on grinding his opponent, but actually it's not about grinding. He's actually having an amazing initiative here. He just threatens, for example, what is he threatening? He's threatening Queen D2. He's just connecting all his pieces and wants to go, maybe, you know what? Maybe even simple move like Rook A to E1 followed by F4 would do a job. But this looks great for white. And knowing style of this Nguyen guy, I believe he's gonna have like a pretty pleasant experience in this game. Korokolos against Abbasov, it looks absolutely equal, but somehow that knight on E5 supported by the bishop and B2, and possibly this queen that can go on the king's side and do some sort of like harm to black, looks pretty good for white. So, but okay, Nijat Abbasov also has control of the D file, so game looks unclear. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So Rasmus Svane against Frederick Svane. It's Frederick Svane's turn. Queen C2. We just analyzed this position and we agreed that both knight takes D3, even B6 could be possible here, but knight takes D3 looks like quite a logical thing here because they would have lots of problems with the bishop and kind of unsafe king on E1. And it's not about that we should care about the pawn on D5, but you just have to keep in mind one thing, that if you take on D3, you just keep on solidifying white's chances because he's happy to trade the pieces off and afterwards to go after, you know, like the D5 pawn and, you know, like blockade on the D4. So black is the one who's got initiative here, and let's see what's going to happen in the game of brothers. Then Gumulars against Vakatura. Great position for white. Simply B6 is obviously a weakness. Rook on B1 is doing a great job. And knight might be going on F4. He can also consider some G4, G5 at some point. Very, very difficult position for black. Also, queen on H5, which has like a pretty dominating position because G6 is not possible, knight F5. Somehow, I just see lots of practical problems for black in this game. And Vakatura will have lots of problems to defend this position, although there is nothing concrete for white still. Okay, Jan Shubel against Kuzubov. We just analyzed this one. He played knight to E2, and after rook C8, repositioned this knight to F4. I don't know what to say. I would never play an opt for position where I break these pawns around my king like this. Simply, if you do that, you gotta come up with a strong initiative. And here, there is absolutely no, even an A of initiative. So basically, I don't know what to say about this position. I simply don't like it for white. And we just see what's going to happen there. What was his idea by repositioning that knight there, taking the pawn on C4? But I'm also happy to lose my pawn if I'm just going against my opponent and against his broken pawn structure. He's got like 4 pawn islands. So I don't care even if I'm down a pawn with the black pieces. So I definitely prefer black here. Varmerdam against Igor Janik. Pretty nice development by black. Full flexibility. Queen on A8. I like this cornered queen in the angle, but it's controlling B file, A file, diagonal A8, H1. I very much like now somehow the connectivity of the black pieces, even though I told you that I like white's position and the open B file and the bishop pair, but somehow he's not going to be able to take advantage of any of these. At least I don't see how. Okay. Darda against Parhov, that's a possibly one of the most interesting games there. So Darda took on c7. I very much like this idea. Knight g5, going after the pawn on e6. And after like knight c7, removing and using the deflection against the knight on c7. So after bishop d7, knight c7, queen c7, breaking on the king side, which absolutely has to be an idea by white here. And now look at this. Somehow I see Parhov being absolutely stretched in the center, on the king side. Somehow position of his pieces simply tells me that he shouldn't be so satisfied. Also, there is always a possibility to even make a long castle at some point, because right now there are no absolutely counter chances by black on the queen side. So I really enjoy Darda's position. Now he can flirt with the ideas such as rook g1, bishop c4, in some circumstances going with the long castle and rook dg1. Maybe even some sacrifices afterwards, but definitely even g takes f5 in this position. So in my opinion, white has great initiative here, and he's the one who's in the driver's seat. Okay, Martirosyan against Gurel. Couple of times I told you that I don't think young GM is going to have any problems in this position. He's really performing great in this tournament, and throughout the whole tournament his play was very convincing. We cannot say the same for Martirosyan, who's the second favorite in this tournament. Somehow not too convincing and not too impressive, but okay, he's still in the top and fighting for the top places here. Sargsyan against Murzin. 2-4-6, 2-4-5. Sargsyan won that pawn, and that's exactly how he plays. He's taking the pawn and then he's trying to sneak away and somehow win afterwards in middle game or end game. Here he just won that pawn. Murzin played b6. He's ready to go after that queen. Possible variation could be queen f7, and there must be a way to trap that queen somehow. There must be a way for that. So probably the move is not that one. Maybe I'm even thinking of bringing the queen all the way to... but he also has queen c7 going after the bishop on c6 in some circumstances. So okay, Sargsyan took that pawn for sure. He's not a guy who's taking any sort of risks. And if he grabbed the pawn on a7, he's absolutely sure he's going to have a ways to simply save that queen and maybe even retain up a pawn. Kobalia against Navarra. Kobalia went for that pawn on a6. Navarra in a return got a pawn on a3, which I believe is very important and way more important than the pawn on a6. These are the opposite color bishops. If I have to choose side, I definitely choose a little bit better now for black. I don't know why did he opt for this. So this was the game. After bishop b4, why did he decide to give up the c file by taking on c8 and giving him bishop d2? That could be the question here. He played rook c8, queen a6, bishop b5, rook c6, and for some reason he was happy with this one, but I see nothing wrong being black here. Lagarde against Šarić. Šarić is, he keeps getting better and better position in the King's Indian. I keep liking his position more and more, and imagine when in King's Indian you get experience to open up your bishop on g7. You gotta be great and you gotta enjoy your game. So this certainly looks great for Šarić. He's down a pawn, but of course he's got full initiative, and I absolutely enjoy black's game here. Okay, then Chaparinov, Suleymanli. Chaparinov is definitely pressuring his opponent thanks to the X-rays on the king on h7. kingside initiative and possibly moving this knight onto the king side with knight f5 or knight g6, even going with some f4 by breaking and opening the king on h7 somehow. Then we have Mechedlishvili against Ponomarev. This is current position. Mechedlishvili played knight e4. He's extremely tough player, and this is most likely going to be draw, because take a look at his opposite color bishops. Pretty simplified game. That's the way it is. Donchenko, Borokhovsky. Last move by Borokhovsky was rook a to e8, or b to e8, sorry. He's going for a compensation here. Donchenko went with this knight e5, but I'm not even sure that I have to move the queen. What if I take on g2? So I take on g2, knight g6, rook e2, knight f8, bringing my bishop back somewhere. What if bishop g2? Knight g6, rook e2, knight f8, and for example, let me just go with the bishop on. Can I go with the bishop on the... He would be down a rook, but actually he'd be having like lots of... This looks like he doesn't have anything that special out of this. So wait a sec. Knight e5 on rook e5, just bishop e5, right? And nothing seems to be working there. Maybe some d3 to, I don't know, if Donchenko opted for such a difficult move, such as knight e5, he probably calculated everything properly, and this is looking like, just like I told you previously, better position for white in general, but with lots of counter chances for black. That's exactly the idea of black, who sacrificed the piece out of the opening. In Gihara against Teklov, and let's get back to the game. Esipenko against Sarana. This is current position. Last move by Esipenko is d5. In the game was knight e3, rook f to d8, and he played d5. Okay, so what can we say about this position? Maybe a little bit better for white. Also, by pushing your pawn up to d5, you're just depriving your opponent of the only weakness, and that's the pawn on e6. I believe e takes d5. Knight d5, bringing the bishop back to f8. Could be absolutely the most flexible approach by Sarana. This pawn on f6 does a great job. He doesn't give this knight, actually pawn on c5, pawn on f6. They absolutely limit the activity of the knight on f3. Cannot go to g5, e5, and d4. This looks okay as far as I'm concerned for black, and I believe he stepped closer to fully equalizing this position. After d5, Sarana played knight f8. Okay, he went for knight f8. Can white consider something like bishop h3 in that position? That could be interesting. Let's move on to the next one. Shevchenko, Gledura. Gledura, Shevchenko. Shevchenko goes after the c5 square. So he's just looking at the weakness on c5. And he's just going after the IQP on c6. Quite an interesting approach by Shevchenko. Absolute control he's having in all of his games throughout the whole tournament. So if I have to talk about like the most convincing play in the tournament, it's certainly Sarana, Korobov, even though he lost to Sarana yesterday, Gledura, who's absolutely solid, Shevchenko, who's always grinding down his opponents, and he somehow, in very dry positions, finds a way to simply and slowly outplay them, so he's showing like a great strategic skills. and maybe a few more guys. Gelfand up to this round was really doing great, but I'm not sure. I didn't like his position when we looked at it last time. But Shevchenko is certainly one of the biggest favorites to win this tournament. He's in this position a little bit better, but it's one of those positions that you absolutely should be happy to play with the white pieces, because you play down a queens without any risk and with a healthier pawn structure. So white is better here. And finally, we have Anton Gihara, Denis Cadrich. What happened in that game? It was queen e8. Cadrich played queen e8, moving the queen away from the pin, bishop f6 to capture. You should never be afraid of like moves like this. And now Cadrich decided to give up the bishop so he can go with the queen on e5, delivering this check on g3, threatening knight on d5, bringing and even increasing the tension on the bishop on e2. Very nice game by Cadrich. Cadrich absolutely, he's another guy, but actually if these guys were playing so solid, Sarana, Gledura, Shevchenko, even Korobov, even though, and apart from the fact that he lost that one game, and Gelfand, Cadrich absolutely showed the most spectacular, style so far, and his games were always full of crazy sacrifices, great theoretical preps, and he's always enjoying an initiative. Well, typical my student, so he enjoys initiative. Okay, so queen e5, nice position for Cadrich in this game. Velimir Pratke draw, and Gelfand is getting more and more worse. So he played bishop e6, king h7, and now played rook to a3. What the hell is this? Okay. So if bishop takes a3, so this is his idea. He actually played like this, probably to go with check, and if king h8, probably he wants to take on this. No, just a moment. What does he want to go? He wants to go with this. No, he doesn't want to go with that. Rook f7, I thought queen g6 with some mate, but I guess I missed something. No. What's wrong with this? Just a moment. So king h8, knight f7, rook f7, queen g6, rook f8, it doesn't seem to be working. So last move by the way, last move by Gelfand is rook a3. We're just checking the possibility, what's happening if they take. I'm not saying that's the move black should opt for. Bishop takes a3. Knight g5. Only move is king h8. So wait a sec, I'm a little bit confused. I don't see what's wrong with this move. Bishop f7. I just want to take on g6. You cannot take and play anything else but this. And I don't want to play e6, but I just want to go for, in the meantime, black went for rook takes d4, but just give me a sec. What am I missing here? Knight f8, right? No. Because it's knight f7 and it's mate. I don't know, it's pretty crazy and small amount of time to calculate all these variations. By the way, in this game, of course, he didn't take on a3. I was just making sure what's happening there. By the way, I just want to remind you, we're not using engines and we just need time to check all these possibilities. This guy took on d4. Wow, what a nice move. Wait a sec. If knight takes on d4, Okay, if knight takes on d4, would he play now bishop a3, rook f2, oh, even this one looks good. And now he doesn't have knight g5. He's down like 2 pawns. Gelfand is suffering in this game. For sure he's suffering in this game. An amazing move by this guy. Fantastic move by Lupulescu. Rook takes d4. I didn't expect he would just... I didn't expect Gelfand would attack like this. I was expecting he would move the rook to h file, go with the rook g1 afterwards, and I was expecting at some point somehow to do something with the queen, maybe more and closer, being closer onto the king's side in crucial moments. Okay, so let's just go for the next one. This is current position here. As far as I see, after rook to d4, black is doing simply great. Okay, this is position in Grandelius against Azarov. Azarov decided to second a pawn for the bishop pair and for control of the light squares. I don't see anything that wrong for white in this position, although that's the price he had to pay. He actually has to, he actually sacrificed this pawn after rook d1, played knight c4, Grandelius captured, and most likely he's gonna play either a4 or even capture on c4. It's a good way of playing this type of position. Latasa against Iskandarov. Latasa keeps on improving his game. Very talented player from Spain. All the time he's doing great in open positions, calculating really well, having his games in full control, and I believe he's just better in this one. Then Nguyen is absolutely is in absolute control in this game, although he's not an attacker himself, you know, like naturally. Although here he is just so good, and I believe this is a great chance for him. Fantastic position, easy type of the game, bishop pair, weak dark squares around the black king on g7, and white pieces in the 10th round. What do you want more? Korobov, it's just roughly equal against the Basov. Brothers, they just made the draw. So I believe they both counted. The draw is pretty good result for both of them to play in the last round and to qualify. Gumulars against Vakaturo, it's absolute control by white. Opposite color bishops, but better pawn structure. More of weaknesses on d5 and b6. Principle of two weaknesses, white is just better. Jan Shubel against Yuri Kuzubov. Shubel decided to take that pawn and to play with a broken pawn structure, something that I said I'd never do here, but okay, that's his approach, and we're now just checking what's happening in this game. He's actually going for some sort of initiative. Finally, Varmerdam against Yannick. Last move is knight b3, going after the pawn on a5. Probably this queen might be going on a8 or b4. Black is a little bit better here. He's taking a little bit more space. Yes, he does have that weakness, but white also has like those two double pawns on a2 and a4. Darda against Parhov, one of the most exciting games today. Darda played g4. I told you that he has to cope with these g takes ideas, bishop c4. And now all he has to do is to push this pawn to h5 and jump with the knight on g6 if he wants mate. Why do I have feeling that there must be something really nice and tactical here for white? I don't know, but that there could be something here. Even a long castle followed by rook g1, maybe even f4 followed by h5 and h6. Okay, black is gonna oppose that with bishop f6, but Darda is a lot better and he's got a great initiative. Martirosyan against Gurel, looking absolutely equalish, but okay. So somehow I like this knight on g4. I don't like the pawn on h4, but somehow he has this knight on c4 that does pretty good job on the light squares as well. Sargsyan against Murzin. Sargsyan decided to take a pawn, and actually he's about to create double pawns like queen a3, b takes a3, and rook takes c3. What's wrong with this position for black? I guess king f2, and I don't know, some rook e7 followed by rook a7. Looks like Sargsyan would be happy with this type of the game. Probably bishop b5. This would be typically his type of the game. So it's probably not the best line for black. Maybe some queen c5 here to keep the tension there and to go. But he's down a pawn, so he has to react very fast after queen a3. He either has to keep the queen on the board or to exchange and go with this. Can he play some queen h4, keeping the mess because the queen is stranded on a3? What did I miss here? What did I miss in this position? Did I miss something? Maybe this queen could be trapped with g3, but I don't see anything wrong about this one. All things considered, we've seen all these games. Here Navarra is grinding now his opponent a little bit. Esipenko, Sarana, last move is knight d2. White is looking a little bit better. Definitely looking a little bit better. I'm just wondering, why did he opt to defend and he didn't opt to take? Maybe White doesn't have to play knight f5, bishop f8. Maybe he doesn't have to play like this. Was he afraid of some bishop h3 here? That's my question, followed by bishop e6. Or he just opted for knight f8, knight d2, and after knight d2, he opens up bishop on g2, defends pawn on d5, goes with one of these knights there. Okay, Esipenko looks a little bit better in this game. So that bishop on a6 can never go back to b7 because of d takes e6, which means it has to stay on this diagonal, and on this diagonal it basically looks okay, but it doesn't do anything. So that's the point. Okay guys, I believe it's time to make break, and right after that we'll get back to these games and to time controls, and right after that to see what is going to happen in the most exciting games today. By the way, before we finish, Bakra drew against Paravian, Dragnev drew against Korobov, Velimir drew against Pratke, while at the same time we have brothers actually made draw. So these are the games that are ongoing. Biggest upset could be Lupulescu if he beats Gelfand in position that is looking after rook takes d4, knight d4, bishop a3, bishop d7, queen d7. This looks absolutely better for black. See you a little bit later, and stay tuned. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the live coverage of European Individual Chess Championship 10th round. We've been analyzing game between Gelfand and Lupulescu, and we agreed how it's extremely difficult for white. And then when we made this break, I just went on the break thinking what was going to happen there. Queen e7, and then I saw him talking to his opponent. And after he played bishop g5, this is what it actually shows his big experience. At this moment, he offered draw to his opponent, and they made a draw. So this is how you actually get these guys, and this is how they benefit from their experience. Then we just had like a short discussion, asked him to be a guest here, but maybe tomorrow. He said, okay, he's gonna be more than welcome tomorrow. Of course, he probably wants to qualify, and today we won't have these guests. Obviously, nobody wants to be guest at the 10th round because they're either unsatisfied and unhappy, or those who are happy, they're not fully happy and they don't want to give like any kind of interviews before the last round and before the tournament finishes. So it's quite interesting. Anyways, let's go just with the most important game in the tournament. So let's go there. First of all, let's go to a game between Esipenko and Sarana. I don't know why did Sarana, why didn't he take on d5 and brought that bishop back to f8? Okay, at the moment we have this position. He's down, actually Esipenko is down a pawn, but he's got like a full control of the pieces, light squares, and definitely initiative is on his side. Position looks extremely dangerous for black from practical point of view. Maybe he's up a pawn, but somehow activity of the white, of the bishop on e4, knight on f5 that is standing there, the possibility to somehow block these pawns with b3 and a4, it all favors white. So it's black's turn, sorry, it's white's turn. Last move by Sarana was king f7. And for example, here, Esipenko, if he likes, he can have bishop d5 and to make a draw. But I believe that he just repeated those moves in order to add some time on his clock, and he's gonna push for a win here. Definitely, he's the one who's got a great compensation, initiative, and everything else, but Sarana is gonna be more than happy with the draw because he would just be the sole leader of the tournament, and it would be that way. Then we have Shevchenko, Gledura. Throughout the whole tournament, I've been talking about Shevchenko and his style and his play, and he's definitely the guy who showed probably the most amongst those who showed almost like the best performance and the best shape here. All of his games, for example, today, he was gradually outplaying his opponent without much chances. For Gledura, this is way better for white. Objectively, hold these pawns on the dark squares of the color of the black bishop, kind of restricted that bishop on c5, and also he now threatens to win that bishop. He also that important pawn on a4, pawn on e6 is hanging, so I don't think the way he plays, he's gonna have problems to, he won't have too many problems to win this one, even though it's far from winning, but we can just say like it's a lot better for white. Although, once again, judging by his form, everything what he showed here and the way he plays here, I believe Shevchenko will be able to make the most of it. Okay, this was drawn, this one as well. Anton Gihara against Cadrich. Somehow Cadrich didn't take advantage of his initiative in that position. I believe he could have gone for even more and something better. Okay, position still looks unclear, but I have a feeling that he could have gone at some point a little bit better, although position right now looks like absolutely unclear. Ivic Velimir against Pratke, it was draw. For some reason, Ivic didn't want to push for more than draw. This one is shocking. Gelfand against Lupulescu, because Gelfand was doing good right after the opening. Then he went for the kingside attack. Everything was really well, and then at some point he just got into some sort of like complete mess of the board, where Lupulescu, when he fought rook d4, he had a great position and a great game there. Then he didn't make the best move. I believe one of the moves that he wasn't supposed to make here was that queen e7, maybe queen somewhere else. And then Gelfand made an instant draw offer, and Lupulescu accepted. That was a very interesting psychological moment of this game. Nils Grandelius against Azarov. Nils, just like I told you, he was going to win this pawn and he was going to take it, and he did take it. Yeah, he's okay with taking the pawn and afterwards defending this position. On the other hand, can we say that this guy has like some sort of compensation for the given? Actually, this is a current position, so Nils grabbed the pawn, and does he have a compensation for that pawn? At the moment, he got a pawn back, and he's now just fighting against the pawn on h6. Black probably cannot play king h7 because of rook h1, and that's something he was probably hoping for in this position. It does look better for Nils Grandelius, and he's doing good in this tournament, and he's especially good in realization in this tournament. So definitely this is going to be a great chance for white to push for a win. Iskandarov against Santos Latasa, it was almost over. It's still better for black, but somehow white consolidated himself a little bit. And okay, black looks a lot better. Most likely he's gonna, okay, he's like up 2 pawns. Sorry, up a pawn, not 2 pawns, but pawn on e5 should be considered that pawn being good or weak. Bishop on h3 certainly looks bad. Bishop on e6 looks okay. The only good thing about white's game is the fact that he's got possession of the c file. So that's some sort of compensation that white made in this game. But okay, Latasa is better. Nguyen won. We spoke about this game. He was all the time doing really good, played really well, and he managed to win this game. One of the most solid players during the whole tournament. All his positions and games were in absolute control always. The ones that he managed to win, he won very convincingly. The ones that he drew, those were absolutely normal games. So Nguyen from Czech Republic is doing really good, and looks like tomorrow he's gonna play for the medals. Okay, then we have Korobov against Abbasov. Korobov is one of the biggest surprises of the whole tournament. The guy who's not even a GM, but making not GM performance, but super GM performance, 27-30. He's white in this game. He's trying to take advantage in this position of broken pawn structure in a black's game. Will he be able to do it? We don't know, but his position still looks absolutely okay. Okay. Another thing that we have to discuss in here, okay, this is draw between brothers, very early one, and here Gumulars against Vokatura. Now Vokatura started pushing these pawns. He's having problems with the d5 pawn. At some point he had problems with the b6 pawn, but now he starts pushing these pawns, and it's a little bit more complicated defense for I'm not going to say defense for white, but it is definitely going to make the things way more complicated for white. And Gumulars are still better here, although will he be able to, probably he has to go very soon with g4, g5 or e4 somehow. That has to be one of his options in this position, and he definitely has to go with something like this. Either g4, g5 or some e4 at some point and somehow. Okay, then Jan Subel against Kuzubov. Now it's looking pretty much equal, but since the pawns are on both sides of the board and possibly the queens can easily be, very soon traded off, we can even say that from practical point of view, white doesn't have any problems anymore. And okay, it's pretty much equal, but I would always prefer bishop than knight in these positions. Then Varmerdam against Igor Janik. Varmerdam is down 2 pawns, although he keeps having some threats against the black king with the bishop pair, but if we want to find some compensation for white, we can say, okay, maybe thanks to the dark square bishop and the bishop pair, but definitely Igor Janik is the one who's fighting here to get a win. Then Darda against Parkhov, that was very interesting game. I would like to check what was happening there, because for me it was one of the most exciting games today. Knight f3, d5, e3, knight f6, c4, queen b3, bishop b2, knight c3, c takes d5, knight d5, queen c2. Queen c2 idea is h4 followed by knight g5. After knight c6 played h4, and after f5 went for bishop e2. So after like bishop d7 he went with a3, getting like the full flexibility, and after bishop e8 went with the knight g5. Here he just sacked the pawn for having like open h-file and the bishop pair advantage. This guy didn't take and didn't buy the catch, so he went for knight c7, and especially like this move knight b5. It's very unusual. You don't see very often these kinds of deflection ideas, but he just wants to remove the knight from c7 to be able to go after the pawn on e6. After bishop d7, knight c7, queen c7, g4. So with g4, he's just breaking on the king side and goes all in onto the king side and for the attack. After knight d8, captured, brought this check and played h5. At some point I told you, if he could just go in his game with some sort of like knight g6 here, that would be mate. But wait a sec, h5, and in the game was h6. Let's just see what's happening with this one. He would for sure go with h6, right? Bishop f6, just a moment. Is there anything else to do here apart from that move? Queen c3, bishop f6, h6. Bishop takes, wait a sec, what if this? No, then bishop f6, and I thought of some h6, but it doesn't seem to be working. I apologize. So on bishop g5, probably they have to go with h6. Only move is bishop f6. He has to go with h takes g7 to open the file, and now will he go with queen c3? Should be mate, but also bishop g7 and queen c3. So this one should be pretty much okay, but I just want to go for attractive queen c3 and to see it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Knight is probably probably they could defend themselves. Okay, but simple bishop g7 and queen c3, it's just mate. So the thing is, he went with h6, Darda brought the knight back, now he created some weaknesses, played knight h4 going for check. Here he won the dark square bishop, playing long castle, queen c4. Now he has an amazing bishop, went for the knight, weakness on h6, and afterwards weakness on g7, broke in the center. He just wants to kick the knight away with d5. He now threatens to play d5 followed by rook g7, and after d5, rook takes f4, Darda is completely winning. Fantastic game by Darda, and very, very impressive way of attacking, and you know, like that h5 move was very nice. Then he took away his dark square bishop, won the bishop pair, then created a weakness. So many strong moves by Darda in this game. Everybody in the chat room keeps talking about Ivanchuk's game. Gihara against Cadrich seems to be better here. Let's just see what's happening there. It's White's turn, so he probably has to go with some rook 5 g7, and after like rook 5 g7 to oppose this rook on e8 with some rook e7 if needed. He's up a pawn, so Gihara is doing better in this game. Santos Latasa against Iskandarov, he's doing better. This is probably mistaken transmission. Okay, so then we have, we'll get back to those things. Let me just see how is Ivanchuk doing, because everyone keeps talking about that game. Let me just find his game. I don't even know. Samonenkov against Ivanchuk. So let's just take a look at that game, because someone in the chat room spoke about a great combination by Vasily. So we're just waiting for the game to upload. Somebody said, I cheer for Shubel. Shubel is doing amazing in this tournament. Absolutely impressive performance. So far, so good. Today, he's also playing quite an interesting game. He created those weak pawns around the king, but nothing seems to... just a moment. I'm trying to upload the game, but it doesn't seem to be uploading. So that might be a problem with... Rook c7 is the last move by Iskandarov in this game. He's down a pawn, and he's just hoping for some sort of initiative here for having like a better rook on the 7th rank. And yeah, here Iskandarov played bishop g2, Latasa played rook b6. Probably he wants to break with b4, but just a moment. I'm still trying to upload the game and it doesn't want to get uploaded. Let me just refresh the page. Okay, so we're just getting this game now. Let me just see what's happening in the game of Ivanchuk and Samonenkov. Ivanchuk won this game. Everybody spoke about some... by the way, he became a GM yesterday. Yes, he did get a GM number. Let's take a look at this game, because Ivanchuk won this game and everybody spoke about some great combination by Ivanchuk. He went for the King's Indian, my favorite opening. And after h3, bishop e3, one of the most and the hottest lines at the moment in the world against the King's Indian, he went for early knight a6, g4, played e5, d5, brought the knight back, brought the knight to c5, and after f3, played a5, securing the knight on c5 from b4. Samonenkov played queen d2, played c6, knight g on e2, captured, and played bishop d7 to go with b5. Samonenkov went for knight g3, he wants to go h4, h5, and Ivanchuk played a4. Why? To play queen a5 and to break these pawns with a3 on the queen side, followed by b5, b4, rook f c8, and a3. Samonenko went for h4. Ivanchuk goes with a pretty fast queenside play with the queen a5. And Samonenko went for g5. Ivanchuk goes knight h5. Quite an interesting way of fighting, and at least slowing down White's attack with this knight h5. After knight h5, g takes, knight b1. Young Ukrainian player was looking to exchange queens. Ivanchuk goes all the way down to d8. He goes with the knight on a3. Very nice plan. Bringing the knight back and actually going with this knight to a3 to prevent a3 and at the same time not to allow b5 to Ivanchuk. Now Ivanchuk went with f5, typical King's Indian break. G takes, rook takes, and he sacked an exchange. You just have to know and be familiar with the thing that sacking an exchange here is never a problem for the King's Indian. Then you just have an amazing control of the dark squares. This is a very nice idea by Ivanchuk. So after like bishop e2 goes rook c8, and after bishop g5, Ivanchuk says, okay, be my guest, take the rook, I'm gonna win the dark square's control. For example, I also played like a couple of times an exchange sack like this. My opponents always claim how they have some sort of like being up an exchange, according to the engines, they have some advantage, but in practice it doesn't work like that. So after like queen g5, Ivanchuk played queen f8, nice move to go bishop h6, knight c4, he goes for a full compensation and plays queen f4. Here, Samonenko went for knight d6, knight to d3, a piece sacked by Ivanchuk, played rook to f8, and after rook to d1, played knight to d2. I have a feeling that at some point this guy probably went wrong. So knight to d3, king f1, rook f8, rook to d1, knight b2, knight f5, Ivanchuk captured, played knight d1, played queen c4, and after this he couldn't stop checkmate. But just a moment, because somebody said, was that rook worth a dark square bishop? Yes, it was worth, but just wait a sec, because I have a feeling that at this point, after queen f6, queen g5, queen f8, knight c4, bishop h6, queen h5, queen f4, he was in, yeah. This is exactly the point of sacking an exchange and winning the dark square control in these type of King's Indian games. There are so many examples where you give up rook for that bishop and basically winning the dark squares, you just win, like initiative is on your side. That's the most important thing, and that's how you go with amazing initiative. Okay, let's move on to the next games. Esipenko against Sarana. Let's just go for that one. Nothing. We're just getting some problems with uploading this game, so I always have to refresh the page to do it. So let me just do it so we can have like the analysis of these games in full mode. Just a moment, we're just so we're just waiting for something. We keep getting like it's an error, so just 24 is down, somebody said. Are you sure that the chess 24 is down? If that's the case, we gotta just go on another platform to follow this one. So we gotta make a break, so we should be going on another platform. Unfortunately, we can't go like this. Okay, see you a little bit later, guys. Okay guys, we're back, and we just had to change the interface because there are some problems. In the meantime, let's take a look at the game between Esipenko and Sarana, because they were just blitzing out these moves. They're now running out of time trouble. So there we go. What is materially wise, position looks equal. That bishop looks better than knight. Rook on the 7th rank looks so frightening, but there is one big problem here. Now when he played d3, black actually has practically pretty good counter chances. So white doesn't have time to do rook c5 to c7 and go for some sort of mate. You can't go and benefit from having that great bishop on d5 either. And this is quite a difficult situation. Looks like Esipenko is in full control. He went with the bishop d5 and maybe some king g2, rook c1, rook h1 mate. But the problem is on king g2, he's got d2. So that's the problem about this type of position. So king g2 doesn't seem to be working because of d2. And then all of a sudden he has to play bishop f3, and in that case he just promotes and the black would be winning. Esipenko has to be very careful, because if he continues to push his here, it can, you know, like come as a boomerang to him. So he just has to, I don't know, solidify his game with the bishop f3, and most likely to get the draw in this type of the game. Because just like I told you, looks like king g2, rook c1, rook h1 is mate, but on king g2, d2 just wins for black. So that's one thing. Another thing is Shevchenko against Gledura. Shevchenko is up a pawn. He's having game in full control. It's the 39th move, which is like quite a big thing here. After like, let's just take a look at this one. So Shevchenko is up a pawn. His knight is better than bishop. This is gonna be a long-lasting game, but he's gonna try to grind down his opponent and win this one. And just like I told you previously, I don't have doubts that he's gonna do it. Gihara, in the meantime, beat Cadrich in a mutually very complicated game. Cadrich, who was really doing great throughout the whole tournament, unfortunately lost this one, but okay, still the game was very exciting. Nils Grandelius against Sergei Azarov. 2-4, 5-3-6. Nils is up a pawn, and it's Azarov's turn. Position looks like pretty much double-edged. Even though he's up a pawn, he might be having some problems with this active rook on d3, and probably sometimes this pawn on c3. So on your question, what's happening with and how many people qualify here? Just once again, 23 players will qualify, yet some already qualified. So probably like 25, 30, maybe even 35 top places should be enough. Depends on who qualified and what's gonna happen there. Iskandarov against Santos. Santos, Latasa, same color bishops. He's up a pawn. Practically, he's got a big chances to win this one. So black is gonna push very hard. In the meantime, Gihara won, Nguyen won, and Darda won his game as well. Then we have game of the Korkolos, and take a look at this one. Take a look at this one. Korkolos against Abbasov Nijat. What's happening here? He played knight to d3. Can he play queen e4? Oh my goodness, take a look. He cannot take. He cannot take because on queen e4, he's gonna go with, for example, king h2, and this one is untouchable. This is completely winning for a great player. So, but wait a sec, does rook to d3 work here? Rook to d3, rook to d3, queen e4, rook f3 is the forcing line. White seems to be winning. Wow, Greek player continues to play fantastic. What happened in this game? How did this happen? We all know that this position was a little bit better for him. Then after rook c3, rook d2, rook d7, this guy played f5, absolutely forgot about queen h5, and after bishop f8, tried to defend in this position. Korobov just played knight to d3, and this is what we have on the board. In the game exactly happened what I told you. Korobov most likely is gonna win this one. We also have this position that looked all the time better for white. Now it's absolutely unclear. Everything is possible in this game. Varmerdam against Yannick. Yannick came up with this check. If king g2, oh, this looks complete. But wait a sec, Varmerdam is threatening queen g8, mate in 1. So on king g2, is there anything forcing for black there? King g2, queen b2, king h1, rook f1, bishop f1, e3, king g1. No, it's not mate. Wait a sec. King g2. On king g2, what's the line? On king g2, we all see this one, and after this one, do we have some check? No, we don't. But you know what? Simply I can bring my rook back here, try to defend myself, and he should be winning. This looks better for, not better, looks winning for Yannick. Let's wait. Jan Shubel against Korobov. Korobov tricked him. I always said that I would prefer bishop with the rooks on the board, but now it looks much better for black. He's even up opponent. d4 is about to win. Slovenian guy made the GM norm, and today he played not alike according to his style throughout the whole tournament. Korobov against Abbasov Nijat. Yes, exactly. He's completely winning. Now probably h5 to go with some queen g6. He has to find a way to get rid. You know what? Maybe he can go with the queen d7 and then moving this queen to d3. Maybe that could be the idea, because all he has to do is to defend this rook, move the king, and that is going to absolutely be winning. Fantastic, fantastic play for Greek player. Not only that he's making 27 24 like super GM performance, he's actually even going to go much more than that after, if he wins this game. And also he could qualify for the rest of this tournament. Let's just, I mean for the World Cup. Rook f3, b5, we'll see in Varmerdam, yes. He went with queen d4, king g2, played rook f8, and he seems to be completely winning. This is one step from finishing off his opponent. He just defends mate. He's up to pawns. King now on g2 looks weak. He just wants to go with e3, wants to go with queen b2 afterwards. He's defending pretty much this queen g8 checkmate. So this looks completely winning for black. An amazing, you know, like way to turn the game upside down from Korobov. Also, Yannick Igor absolutely played great this game and outplayed his opponent from the beginning till the end, even though it didn't look like that out at the opening. Here, Shubel against Korobov. Korobov seems to be completely winning. Then Korobov, it's b5 last move, it's for the first move. Probably he's just gonna go with queen d7 and queen to d3 and pretty much to finish the game again. Okay, that's the way it is. Somebody said Spain should be pretty happy because Gihara won, Latasa is winning. I agree. These guys from Spain are doing good. I told you that he might be going with a queen d7. He has to find an easy way to connect his pieces, and afterwards just by connecting these queen and the rook to go with g4, take advantage of the king on h7, pawn on f5 as well, and it should be pretty winning there. Okay, Iskandarov, Latasa, nothing especially changed there, but black is objectively speaking winning. Grandelius, his last move was rook e4 in this position, but it's looking okay. He's up a pawn, but it's not that this guy doesn't have any counter chances, but objectively speaking should be a lot better. Not a lot better, should be practically a little bit better for white. Then what else do we have? We have a game between Martirosyan and Gurel. Martirosyan is now 2-4-6, 2-4-5. Looks like this knight on e4 is controlling like half of the board. It's gonna support the d6 pawn, I mean the d5 pawn and the d6 ideas. Somebody said and asked what's happening with Esipenko. Let's see what's happening with Esipenko. I don't know what do you mean by what is happening with Esipenko, but he won't be able to win this one. Now Sarana fully consolidated himself, and I'm pretty sure he won't miss a chance to make a draw. Simply, that's the way it is. Let's see Shevchenko, Gledura. Nothing specially changed there. He just played h3. He's taking his time. He wants to slowly, once again, squeeze out his opponent and simply to somehow grind him down in this position. Grandelius, yes, bishop g5 was played. Queen g5 is practically forced. Rook c3 is practically forced. And in that case, he probably has this queen e5. This one. And I don't know, can I go with king g3 there? Takes, rook a2, rook c5. This is now all of a sudden equal position. Yeah, it's objectively speaking should be equal, but with a little bit better chances for Grandelius. Then we have this game between Nguyen and Santos Latasa. Okay, king f2 was the last move. Probably just h5 to push these pawns and to take advantage of 3 pawns on the king side. Then Martirosyan. Actually, sorry, this is Gumular's against Vakatura. As last move is f4. Okay, he's look at this one. He just restricted this knight. Knight cannot move here, and cannot move here. Makes lots of sense to make a move like this, but you know what? These pawns become very dangerous. Yes, we both know that the bishop on g2 does better than knight, but you just might have some problems with these connected pawns. So in the meantime, Yannick Igor beat Varmerdam, big win for a Polish player, and he's going to compete with the white pieces tomorrow, even to qualify for the World Cup. Jan Shubel against Kuzubov. This is current position. Kuzubov played king d7. I don't see a problem why not to take on d4, and knowing Kuzubov's technique, he's most likely gonna easily win this. Martirosyan against Gurel, d6, I told you. Knight on e4 is surrounded by the queen and the knight. It's untouchable on e4. It also defends on f2. Knight on g4 is a good piece for a young Turkish GM, but how to create some counter attack here, I don't see. Maybe some rook c8 here, but on rook c8, let's say knight f5, rook c2. Yeah, the d4 is actually hanging, so it doesn't seem to be working. So even if you try some sort of like activity with the rook c8, it won't work for him. Sargsyan against Murzin, so Gurel is in a lot worse situation. Sargsyan is trying to, in typically his style, win position where he just has a small advantage. Cobalia Navarra. Cobalia Navarra, it's a little bit better for Navarra, for sure, because, yes, these are the opposite color bishops, but somehow he has all these pawns. So it's better for black. Maxime Lagarde against Ivan Šarić. Lagarde created some complications there. I can't assess this so fast. He's down an exchange, but king on h8 is weak. Also, they've just finished the time trouble. So all of a sudden, we don't know what's the assessment here. To me, it looks Queen a1, King g8. You can't play Rook d6 because knight is hanging. And then maybe once again, yeah, King g8. Šarić played King g8. But the question is, knight f5, Queen f8. Queen a2, King h8. Queen a1, King g8. What happens if Queen a2 here again? Will they make a draw in this position? Does it mean that they're going to make a draw in this situation? Donchenko against Boruchovsky. Donchenko. It's looking winning. It's looking winning because king goes to b5, pushes this pawn, bishop goes to f5 to control the f4 pawn, while the rook on c3 is just keeping an eye on the pawn on h3. So this should be technically winning for white. Let's get back to the most exciting and most important game today. Esipenko against Sarana. Sarana played b4. He now just wants to get rid of that rook. He just wants to push the pawn. And actually the biggest problem is inability to go with the rook on the 7th rank. Now this knight on e6 is doing a great job. So let's say you move the rook somewhere. Let's say rook c4, d2. You gotta play bishop d1, right? And what is black supposed to do here? And what's the real assessment of this endgame? Actually, b4 is hanging. He probably would have to play a5, right? Some rook a7. But then you know what? If you go for the rook a7, he might be going with some, I don't know, with some tricks. For example, you take like this. I can even go with something like move the knight somewhere, wherever. Like, does knight e4 win? With the idea, but now I'm not threatening check because this is messy. This is messy, but for sure I have a feeling that he's not doing worse in this position. Okay, because somehow he really managed to create like a counter attack with the d pawn, which is a big thing for him. And it's not going to be an easy job for Esipenko. I can't say to win this one. This is most likely going to be draw. Okay. On the other hand, Gledura played g5. Making moves like g5, you just create some sort of weaknesses in your camp, and that is going to be a great chance for Shevchenko to take advantage of. Also, I'm impressed with his strategic skills and the way he's actually grinding down his opponents gradually but surely. So I'm absolutely sure he's gonna win this one. That's what experience from this tournament and shape tells me. Grandelius against Azarov. This is current position. We analyzed it. I just analyzed some queen e5, and looks like with practical chances for white to push, but will he be able to win this one? We don't know. Iskandarov misraditin. Okay, Iskandarov playing white against Latasa. Latasa played f4. Iskandarov said that really nice rook on the 7th rank and controlling the 7th rank. Although all these pawns, you just have to start pushing them, and this is extremely difficult game for white. Can Korkolos in the meantime win? Greg GM won his game against Nija Tabasov, which means that tomorrow he's gonna play the top places in this tournament. Fantastic, fantastic game by this guy. Congratulations to Greek player. He never stops to surprise us with his results, and this is really amazing result for him. Okay. In the meantime, Gumulars against Vokatura. Vokatura played King G8. Why G8? Because he wants to reroute his knight into the center, in which case position is going to be extremely dangerous. He doesn't want to give. White to go with Rook A1 and Rook H8, which is another thing here. So this could be the reason for having the King G8 in this position. I don't know, but if I was White, I would start seriously thinking of chasing away these pawns on A5 and B4 and making sure things not to get messy. Even though Gumulars was better most of the time throughout this game, he now just has to think, objectively speaking, about some draw, even though he's still like a little bit better. Jan Shubel against Kozubov. This is completely winning now, probably maybe King C6 here. That one, no, King C6, Bishop A7, King B7, Bishop B6, King H4 with some chances to save the game. Probably Knight C6, but I believe they already had that position. Martirosyan against Gorel. Gorel played Bishop B6. Martirosyan played Knight F5. Okay. He now can play like King G2, Rook H1 at some point, going after these pawns. So King is just weak. This looks really, really better for this guy. Okay. Let's go with Sargsyan against Murzin. It's a little bit better. For Sargsyan. He's always having these nice and easy controls of the games. Will he be able to somehow squeeze out his opponent and win this game? We don't know this, but for sure he's a little bit better here. Kobali against Navarra. Navarra has these 4 pawns, so he's got some practical chances of pushing here. And it could be that he's in some sort of chance. Lagarde against, yes, Lagarde is Queen A2, so this is going to be draw. Looks like Maxim Lagarde against Ivan Šarić. They're just about to make a draw because they keep repeating the moves. It was Queen D2, Knight F5, Queen A2. What a fantastic move by Lagarde here, doing the X-rays against the king on G8. And after King H8, check, and doing the X-rays over and over. And I'm pretty sure these guys are about to make a draw. Donchenko against Borokhovsky. Donchenko played that Bishop C5 I was talking about. He won't take on C4 with the rook because of King D5, but probably play King B5 and push the pawn and win this game. Let's get back to the game of Esipenko and Sarana. Rook C3, B4, Rook C4, and Sarana went with the Knight D4. Sarana went with the Knight D4. Does it mean, oh my goodness, wait a sec, what's happening? So Rook C7, Knight F3, check. Does he have mate in this position, or this is no, this is perpetual check. How is he going to mate him? So does this mean that when Sarana played Knight D4, he's going to satisfy himself with the draw? So this is like a I can't say a chance for Esipenko to go for a perpetual check, because most of the game he was slightly better, but I don't think he's going to miss this chance, and he's going to go for these rooks on the 7th rank. This is going to be a very important result, very important game, and this is one of the most important moments here. Shevchenko, in the meantime, played g4, fixing these pawns on g5 and g7, doing great. Afterwards, he can approach, so he's just fixing these pawns. And right after that, he's going to approach with the king and play some f4, and for example have like knight and 2 pawns. King goes to here, approaching like this, and then having like 2 connected pawns on f4 and g4 again with the knight, and it should be winning. Something similar happened in the game between Bakra and someone else in the previous day. So Esipenko, he still hasn't made a move, but for some reason, I believe he's going to go with a rook c7 in perpetual check. And I believe that that's one of the reasons why Sarana played knight d4, because if you play bishop d1, he's going to play knight f5 with tempo, and then it becomes absolutely, absolutely messy. Once again, a fantastic win by Korobov, who's having tournament of his life. Of course, he's making a super GM performance, 27-50 and even above. Also, a great win by Gihara, and now Shevchenko is slowly but surely improving on his game. I'm just showing what happens if knight d4, but I don't think he's going to go for that. He's going to go for rook c7. Gledura Benjamin played king g6. But here, white should be absolutely, absolutely patient, should go with these moves and maybe go with some sort of like f4, slowly creating, you know, like, and benefiting from having a pawn majority on the king side. Esipenko we're still waiting on his move, and that's the most important game today, because you know what? If Sarana makes draw and Shevchenko wins, we're going to have like fantastic games. Sarana is, yes, Esipenko went for rook c7, which means that Sarana is going to take on f3, Esipenko will keep perpetual check, and that's going to be draw. That basically means if Shevchenko wins, and 100% he won't miss a chance, tomorrow we're going to have a clash for the European Championship title, Sarana against Shevchenko. For some reason, I believe that's going to be the clash, but Anton Gihara won. Let me just check what's happening on the standings. Just a moment. So let me just see what's happening with the standings, ranking, cross table. So Shevchenko is the one who's got 7 points. Gihara with, I can't find Gihara now. Spain, Santos, Latasa. Where is Gihara? So that's not the case. That's Santos, Latasa. Okay. No. Definitely it's going to be Shevchenko against Sarana, so it's going to be fantastic, fantastic fight. This is the thing, and you just have to remember they're here by playing rook c7. He's just agreeing on a draw. Sarana is going to take for sure. That's the reason why he actually played knight e4 with the knight f5. After rook h7, it's perpetual check, and this is going to be draw. In the meantime, Shevchenko, he keeps on improving his game, and once again, if he wins, and most likely he will, and Esipenko is making a draw against Sarana, we're going to have Sarana playing white against Shevchenko. Do you know what's the point? Point is that Sarana played 5 games with white pieces and made 5 wins. While Shevchenko is absolutely playing great this tournament, and he never was in troubles in this tournament. So that's going to be a real fight and clash for the European title. Esipenko, Sarana, they just drew the game, and now we're finishing these guys. Actually, we're waiting these guys to finish. Shevchenko against Gledura. Okay, that's going to be a big thing. In the meantime, Niels Grandelius, he won pawn on e5, rook c2. He keeps winning chances because he's up a pawn and king on g8 looks weak. So let's see what's going to happen there, but he keeps winning chances in that one. That's the thing. Okay, that's about rook e5. What's happening with Iskandarov, Santos, Latasa? Latasa keeps on improving on his game. Bishop d7, h5, bishop c6. Probably he should be pushing these pawns like g4. And I don't even see how is Iskandarov going to defend this position. So just g4, just h4, even b4 is an option. So that's the point. Let's go to Gumular's Vocaturo. It's king g8, last move by black. So we just have to see what is he going to do. I don't know, maybe some rook a1 in this position. Rook a1 going after this pawn, because if rook a8, bishop d5. And but if rook a1, can he support the pawn like this? Or same thing with the b3. Rook a1 and to play endgame like this. I don't know, this really gives white some practical chances to push for a win, although this guy has like, he's down a pawn, he's about to lose the second pawn, but he's got a fantastic pawn on the second rank with all these chances to win the game. So once again, a big result today. Esipenko drew against Sarana. Sarana keeps the lead on the standings, and basically it means if Shevchenko wins, and he's winning, we're going to see that clash tomorrow. Shevchenko just played knight c5, very interesting one. For example, ideally he just wants to go with, I don't know, he just has to go with this king to support the f4 idea and to somehow benefit from having these 4 pawns on the king side. Grandelius against Azarov, rook e5, rook c2, probably king to g3 just here. Okay, this could be better for white. Iskandarov, Santos, Latasa, it's winning for a Spanish guy. Gumular's against this guy, I don't know, but I just have a feeling that this looks like a drawn position. This knight is somehow out of the game, and this bishop has to be better. So it's quite weird what might happen in this endgame. Requires lots of calculation, because Zubo was winning. Is he still winning? Yes, he is, because he just created a fortress, so king cannot reach these pawns anyhow. And this is a nice fortress of the knight and the pawns, and now this is like completely winning. Then we have Varmerdam lost to Yannick Igor, big win for a Polish player. Martirosian is better and better. I believe that the king g2, rook h1 should be played in this game, because this knight on e4 is a monster. It's a real monster, and it defends just everything. Sargsyan keeps on grinding down his opponent. He is better because there are like 2 weaknesses in black's camp, but there is also weakness on a2, so white is better, but will he be able to do it? And here we have Kobale against Navarra. It's not an easy job, and will Navarra be able to win this one? He's a little bit better, but I don't think this is enough. Donchenko, Borokhovsky, it's been winning for a while. This rook is doing a great job, preventing this pawn to be pushed, defending this one. King pawn is actually going onto the a file, and you can always cover yourself with a rook b7 with bishop b6. a4 just, I believe, wins at this point. Okay, nothing. We just have to see other results. Let me just see other results. Rachmanov is playing Tekla Finjic. They drew the game. Shabenik Matej drew his game against Shan Sargsyan. Nasuta Kovalev drew. Dverny Tersahan, they drew. Gavrilescu Bernatsky as well. Gadim Bailey Abdullah Safarli, they drew. We have other games ongoing. Yergus Peshak beat Sanikidze, while Ivanchuk, in a fantastic fashion, beat young Igor Samonenkov. Also, Dmitry Kollars beat Bryakin, while Brandon Clark instantly won his game against Vugarasadli. We don't know what happened there. Then we have Erdog Moziagiskan lost to Muradli, and Matthew Wadsworth lost to Jiri Stochek. Those are like the results. Nikola Djukic won. Drašković Luka beat Teodora Injac, while Shanal Wahab beat Vahia Danielian, who won the GM Norm. So Shanal we spoke about his performance in this tournament. He made 3 out of 3, then he made 0 out of 3, and then we spoke and said, now it's time for you to make once again 3 out of 3. And he did it. So Shanal is on 6 points. Okay, these are like most of the results from, let's just say, most important games on top boards. Once again, Shevchenko against Gledura. Last move was knight c5. Nothing is changing there. Grandelius against Azarov, rook e5. Nothing's changing there as well. Iskandarov, last move by Santos Latasa is king d8. He just wants to finally get rid of that. Let me just see something. Something happened there. The guy played bishop d7. Bishop takes here, king d8, and now probably rook c5. I guess Latasa is very happy to finally get rid of that rook on the 7th rank. So after rook c5, he now finally will be able to push these pawns on the king's side and to use these 4 pawns, especially considering the fact that he can take this one on a4, because rook is just going to take on b2, which is going to be enough to win this game on spot. Korkolos made a fantastic win against Abasov, and that guy doesn't keep surprising us. Nguyen won against Guliev. So we're just checking this game. Latasa is getting more and more winning with every single move being played. Then Gumulars against Vokatura, very interesting endgame. Anything is possible here. I guess if he takes on a5, rook b8 is dangerous, right? And if bishop d5, b2, bishop e4 takes, bishop b1, rook b1, is this crazy winning, lost? I don't know what's happening here, but okay, White has pretty good practical chances to win this endgame. White has pretty good practical chances because he's got like 3 pawns for the knight. I would always go with White into a game like this. But let's see what Gumular is going to do. Then Jan Shubel against Kuzubov. Now it's completely lost. Just king e4 and push the pawn, and that's it. So this is winning for Kuzubov. Kuzubov is having very tough fights throughout the whole tournament, and he manages to get into the top. Okay. Then Martirosyan against Gurel, we're still waiting on his move. By the way, they're just running out of time, and this could be a pretty good chance to maybe like make one more final break before the games finish. So, but this is going to be a short break, don't worry about that. And right after that, we get back to final games and final touch of the penultimate round in the European Championship. See you a little bit later. Welcome back, guys. Last part of the 10th round here in the European Championship. So many games ended up in the meantime, and we have a real clash and a real El Clasico here for tomorrow. It's gonna be game between Sarana playing white and Shevchenko black. What does it mean? Esipenko drew against Sarana after a pretty tough fight. He was trying to grind him down. He was a little bit better most of the time, but eventually Sarana found a way to equalize, and they drew the game. On the other hand, Shevchenko, who was all the time slightly better against Gledura, he was very, very gradually improving his position and conducting his positional initiative, and eventually won the game. That basically means that there are only two guys with 8 points after 10 rounds, and those two guys are Sarana and Shevchenko. Sarana is gonna play Shevchenko tomorrow, so it's gonna be a real fight for the European Championship title. There are like a whole bunch of players with there are like a couple of guys with 7.5 points, but probably the biggest winners of this round, apart from Shevchenko, who just won and promoted to the top place and tying for first with Sarana, that is Anton Gihara, who beat Denis Cadrich, and that is possibly Latasa, who's actually trying to win this game, and most likely he's gonna do it against Iskandarov. Those are two games that are still ongoing. Nguyen won, he's a big winner, and absolutely the most astonishing and outstanding result here by Korobov from Greece. So we have like winners in today's round. Shevchenko won, and he's tying for first with Sarana, while on the other hand we have like a whole bunch of players with 7.5, but including Gihara, Nguyen, Korobov, who won today, as well as most likely Latasa, who's winning at the moment. We're just checking that position. His last move is rook a2. He's willing to take this pawn on a3, and who's gonna stop these three pawns on the king side, and this one that is about to be taken on a3. This is practically impossible to defend from White's point of view. Then let's take a look at the Gumulars against Vokatura. In the meantime, everything changed here. Let's just see what was happening in that position. I actually gave you one of the possible lines, and I believe exactly that type of thing happened in the game. So we had this king f2 position. In the game was knight f8, rook a1, we spoke about that to go after that pawn. He wants rook b5, so rook b8 was mandatory. Bishop d5, b2, bishop e4, he promoted, and I told you I believe white has better practical chances, and I wasn't sure about the assessment of this game, but for sure white was the one who's pushing. After g4, king h7, king f3, he played g5, and after knight h7, he just went for knight g5 and went into this type of the game. Let's be absolutely objective here. This is drawn. In the meantime, Kuzubov won against Schubel, and also Maretrosian against Gurel. We had that position once I restarted this broadcast, and it's completely winning for white. White just probably has to solidify himself with king g2 defending the queen on f3, and that should be easily winning. Okay, this should be easily won. What happened in the game of Grandelius? Grandelius, I'm just interested in that one. Grandelius drew Sergei Azarov. Grandelius was a little bit better most of the time there, but Azarov managed to make a draw. Good result for a Belarusian guy. And finally, Queen d1 was played by Martirosian. So he just goes with the Queen d1. Okay, he just wants to promote d8. It's more or less forcing line with the Queen f6 by black. And the good thing about Queen f6 is that he can now go not only to prevent like supporting the promotion of the d8, but at the same time he's gonna go after the knight. So and also he might be threatening some e4 and rook a1 ideas. Okay, that's the thing. Then we have Gabriel Sargsyan against Murzin Volodar. It's now looking more and more equal, so I don't think he's going to be able to win this one. He's a little bit better, but still, but okay, as long as this guy has like better knight on b5, a little bit more centralized and better king, I believe we can say that white is the one who can push for a win. Navarra against Kobalia. Navarra is trying really hard in this opposite color bishop's endgame. We spoke about this game. I told you that he's got practical chances of pushing in this game. Will he be able to win this one? Hard, but he's the one who's trying it, and these 4 pawns look pretty scary for white. Then do we have any other games? In the meantime, Donchenko beat Boruchovsky. Everything else is just normal. Then Rachmanov against Moritzi. Rachmanov against Moritzi. Rachmanov is, okay, he was doing better at some point in this game. Right now it looks pretty much, okay, it looks still a little bit better for white, but nothing decisive. Adam Kozak against Manuel Petrosian. Rook against 2 pieces. Usually you know that 2 pieces should be better than rook, but here I don't see how is black going to penetrate into the white's game, so it's pretty much defendable. Rothstein against Kacharava. This is the game. It's white to move. So wait a sec, it's white to move. Queen g5 doesn't work. Rothstein seems to be lost. Rothstein seems to be lost because if he captures, he can't stop c2 unless he can come up with some perpetual check. Wait a sec. Queen d8, king g7, h takes g5, c2, and now queen f6, okay, king g8, and g6 doesn't work because of queen g1 and queen g6. So this is lost. This is lost, and looks like Maxim Rothstein is one step from losing this game. Yilmaz Erli against Mateusz Bartel. It is about to be a drawn because it's just looking absolutely equal. Bjere Joranas Brol, yeah, they just drew the game. Bjere Jonas beat Garibian Mamikon. It's very interesting that most of these guys who won their GM norms they lost their games today. So they just got a little bit relaxed, and psychologically, you just have a very difficult time saving your games like this. Jules Musar against Miloš Stankovic. Stankovic is defending very nicely this opposite color endgame. It is a bit better for white, but it's defendable. It's defendable, so we'll see what's going to happen there. But it's still, you know, like type of the game where white can try to win, because king is cut off, bishop is better than the bishop on d8. It's how do I usually say, practically better for black, sorry, for white. Then we have some other games there. Let me just take a look at the game of Alsina and Zajic. Alsina and Zajic. Zajic is up an exchange, so he's got better chances to push for a win against Alsina. Nice chance for Zajic. What else do we have? Do we have... okay... So Bronstein or against Arsovic Zoran on the 89 board. Okay, so it looks a little bit better for white. Bishop with pawns on both sides of the board, and when the game is open is always better than knight. So it's a little bit better for white. Those are the games that are going right now. We also have Lucas van Forest against Iliagov. Okay, Lucas van Forest seems to be winning, but okay, he's up to pawns, but there is still a long way to go here, and not to blunder some perpetual check. And once again, one interesting notice, most of these guys who won their GM norms lost their games, except fantastic Korkolos, who once again managed to win his game, and with 7.5 tying for the third place with other players. By the way, once again, Sarana made draw against Esipenko, while at the same time Shevchenko defeated Gledura, which means that now we got those two guys tying for first. And they're going to play tomorrow. Sarana will be playing white against Shevchenko, because tonight he was black and Shevchenko was white. So that's why we pretty much should be pretty sure about the pairings. Ram Sofer against Brkic Ante. Ante Brkic is winning here. So, actually, is he winning? Yes, he's winning. He's winning because there is no power to stop this pawn on a2. King g4, he's now going after this pawn. Nobody's going to stop this pawn, and well, this one is just too slow. So Brkic is winning. Mastro Vasilis, Paul Velton. Mastro Vasilis, opposite color bishops, but should be winning for rook c7. Wait a second, rook c7. King e8 and some king b6. Oof, maybe it's not. Definitely Mastro Vasilis can push here, but it's very, very difficult to win this one opposite color endgame. Adam Kozak against Manuel Petrosian. Petrosian is trying hard to do something in this endgame, although there is not an easy way to break into his camp. Rachmanov against Moretzi. I just said that white is practically better. Okay. One of the most beautiful games of this round was played by Vasily Ivanchuk playing black against Igor Semonenkov, a young prodigy from Ukraine. Ivanchuk made an exchange sack in the King's Indian, played a beautiful game in the razor mating attack, and managed to win his game. Let's take a look at Kobali against Navarra. Navarra is looking better and better. Now this guy has like 4 pawn islands, Well, Navarra has like these 4 connected pawns, and also he's just stopping this pawn on b5. I believe that gives him a great practical chance to push for a win. This is a pawn endgame. And one would have to take a look. Most likely this is draw. Most likely this is draw, but I can't be 100% sure between Sargsyan and Morzin. Gorel played queen f6. Wow, take a look at this one. He managed to create some tricks. Wait a sec, what if... Wow, it's black to move in this position. He played queen f6. Martirosyan played queen c2, and Gorel played h4. What is this h4? What if knight h4? If knight h4 check, king g2. Found an amazing tactics. Young Turkish player found an amazing tactics here. So wait a sec. After h4, Martirosyan played rook d1. And after h takes g3, we have current position, which is absolutely unclear now. Take a look at this one. He was completely lost throughout the whole game. Not throughout the whole game. Actually, right after the opening and in the first phase of the game, he was really doing fine. Then Martirosyan took the initiative. Then he was completely winning ever since that moment. But take a look at this one. It's getting pretty messy, and now I'd say this is with mutual chances on both sides. So young Turkish GM is really 14 years old. Gorel found an amazing way to save his game, and let's see what's gonna happen in this one. Actually, now all of a sudden we have 3 results optional here. This is a big thing. This is a big thing, and I really think this is going to be absolutely amazing if he manages to win this, not to win, to save this game, sorry. Somebody asked me how many players qualify for the World Championship. 23 players for the World Cup, but don't forget, many of them already qualified for maybe even top 30, maybe even a little bit more than that. 35 will qualify for the World Cup. Amazing defense by young Gorel. Anything is possible now, especially when you psychologically know that you when you turn the game upside down. Gumulars against Vokatura is now dead drawn. That's more than obvious. All other games are just finished. So we're just waiting for Gabriel Sargsyan, king d4, knight d6, king d4. It's black to move. We just have to wait for this game. Kobali against Navarra is a very important game as well, because Navarra is trying hard to win and to get onto the top. And those are the games that are ongoing. So we have 3 more games, and Gumulars against Vokatura, which is, I believe, this is just drawn, and no matter what's happening there, nobody would be able to win this one with white pieces. How to penetrate to the pawn on f7, how to move the king. Rook is on the angle. It can keep giving checks from the rear and from the back, from the side. So this is just looking drawish. Let's take a look at the game between Martirosyan against Gorel. So this is very interesting, because after f takes g3, now it's getting completely messy. At least he got some chances, or let's just say counter chances in this game. This queen on f6 is doing good job. He just played queen g6. By playing queen g6, he's pinning the knight and the queen. He probably wants to go with some sort of, what is he threatening here? It's pretty complicated position. Also keep in mind that both of these guys are running out of time. Martirosyan is on 2 minutes and 45 seconds, while young Gurel is on 5 minutes. This is gonna be a real nice to watch till the end. In the meantime, Sargsyan Murzin, nothing changes. Black played g6 and f5. It's looking more and more drawish. Navarra against Kobalia, nothing changed, except the fact that this knight is just shuffling all over the board, which is definitely more pleasing for black. But let's get back to this game. This is probably the most interesting game at the moment. It was really looking so good for Martirosyan most of the time, and now all of a sudden we see some very strong counter chances by black. This is a big thing for the 14-year-old player, because if he manages to hold his opponent, he's gonna keep his chances to qualify for the World Cup, considering the fact that he was black, and actually he's still black in this game, and he might be white in tomorrow's game. So let's see what's gonna happen there. Sargsyan Murzin f5 was in the game. Probably g takes, or on h5. No, that doesn't seem to be working. Kobalia now against Navarra looks one step closer to a draw, because they just somehow, what happened there? So he played knight to e3. This guy played h3, so he can play f4. And after knight c4, he just went with f4, and I believe now he is just very close to equalize and make draw. Let's get back to the game. Right now, probably most important and most exciting game of all the games, because the queens are on the boards, pawn is on the d7, possibly at the moment weaker king on g1 than the one on h8. So it's going to be very interesting to see the end of this game. Okay. For all of you who weren't watching this broadcast, just to know, tomorrow we're going to have a real clash between Sarana playing white against Shevchenko. Sarana and Shevchenko are the only guys with 8 points out of 10 games, and absolutely crucial game to decide the European champion. Gurel played rook a3. Take a look at this move. He's now going for the pawn on g3. He's now creating lots of threats psychologically. I absolutely believe that this guy is not going to feel well. He's now threatening rook g3. If knight g3, queen c2, because queen is hanging. So now Martirosyan has, but keep in mind, Martirosyan is really good in blitz. He won so many tournaments on chess.com, entitled Tuesdays. I'm talking about those ones. So he played queen d2, absolutely the best move. He wants to promote this pawn. Bishop d8 is pretty much forced, right? Bishop d8 to stop promotion. So bishop d8, but wait a second, bishop d8, can he take? And now bishop b6 doesn't work because of knight c5. If queen b6, just knight c5, and Martirosyan wins a pawn, right? Then can he go back? But I believe then he keeps like a tiny bit better chances. In the game was king h7. Gurel played king h7. Let me just see. We're going to assess that position just to see what's happening on this board. It's looking more and more drawish. Sargsyan against Murzin, it's now looking like a completely draw. While Kobalia against Navarra is also looking draw. We get back to the game between Martirosyan and Gurel. What happens after d8, bishop d8, queen d8, queen h5? Is it winning for black? Is it winning for black? But wait a sec, if queen h5, he has to go back with the queen all the way down to d2 to defend the h2 square. Is it? So wait, I'm talking about this one. d8, bishop d8, queen d8, queen h5, threatening mate. And now I believe this one is pretty messy. I can easily reposition my knight here to defend everything. Did he just blunder? Queen d2. He played king h7, d8. He has to take, right? He's got nothing better than this. Queen takes d8. Am I missing something at this point? Maybe some knight to a3 or... If knight to a3, is this winning? Because this one, he just covers himself. While in the line of rook takes e3, this could be something. So wait a sec, what does he hope? He probably hopes for something like that. Sargsyan against Morzin is now dead drawn. He just has to know the... He's now trying some sort of like, like opposition here, but it's drawn. Kobalia Navarra, it's looking drawish. And we now go to Gurel against this guy. Martirosyan went for queen d8. And now take a look at this. Is he going to play queen h5? That is objectively lost after queen d2 or knight d3, where he's got some sort of like practical chances here. So, just a moment, knight to e3. Knight to e3, rook takes e3. That could be one of those. Because queen h5 looks like, he played queen but now queen d2, I don't see how is he going to improve on that position. So queen h5, just bring the queen back to d2, and where's the mate? It's a really nice fight by black in this game, and unfortunately, when he got into a chance to save it, he spoiled it by playing like this. In the meantime, let's go to Musar Stankovic just to see what's happening there. It's looking drawish. So, Serbian, possibly new Serbian GM soon, because he got a GM norm in this tournament against Musar, is about to make draw. That's going to be a great result. He's holding this pawn, so it cannot be pushed to c7. This bishop is doing a great job for not allowing king to penetrate on these squares, and this is looking drawish. Nice. Let's get back to the game between Martirosyan against Gurel. Now it's endgame, and now it's looking winning for Martirosyan. So after b6, no matter what he does, he should be winning, being up a piece. Sargsyan against Morzin. Morzin knows how to keep... Take a look at this endgame. So he played h4, f5. a4, played h5. And after g takes f4. And all you have to do in this position is to keep... the opposition. So king e6. King cannot go to c5. So goes to d3, goes to d6. Speaking of the opposition, king d7 would make a draw as well. So like this would be the opposition. But he goes king d6, king d3, keeping the opposition of 3 squares between, because there is like short of 1 square, medium 3 squares, and long of 5 squares. Here he keeps the medium one. He goes with, once again, medium one, and they drew the game. Congratulations to young Morzin for keeping the opposition and holding this game thanks to this basic rule. Great draw, because he's been suffering throughout the whole game, but he managed to prove the fact that he's good within endgames. Kobalia against Navarra. Kobalia against Navarra looking more and more drawish, but you know what? As long as you have this bishop that controls this pawn and this one, now it's looking a little bit different. I'm not so sure anymore that Navarra can win this at all. Well, in the same time, Maritrosian against Gurel is b5. What happens if rook takes b5? So rook takes b5. He has to take this pawn. In these type of situations, you just try to reduce material as much as you can. Rook f7, king g6. Gurel is trying to reduce the material as much as possible so he can get closer to a draw. Let's see what's going to happen there. In the meantime, Rachmanov, Moretzi looks like drawn, but okay. Rachmanov keeps some chances here. Kozak, Petrosian. Kozak found a way to win the a5 pawn, but he's actually having problems with g2. You gotta calculate this very precisely. Whose turn it is here? It's black's turn. So if knight e3, rook a5, knight g2, I guess rook g5, right? Knight h4, and I'll push this pawn, right? g2, a6, bishop b8, looks difficult to assess this one. Okay, let's see what's going to happen there. What's happening in these positions? Martirosyan, his opponent played f5. He can't take it. Oh my goodness, take a look at this move. Take a look at this fantastic move by Kid. He played f5. If knight f5, he's going to take the knight on e4. If rook takes f5, he goes with the rook b1. King cannot go anywhere without being checked, and he has to go with rook f1, and now it's looking like very, very drawish. This kid is fantastic. This kid is fantastic. He's really, really, really doing awesome, and he played f5. He played f5 in this position. Amazing move. Wow. He's saving this game so nicely and actually coming up with all these tricks. Martirosyan goes with knight c3 now, and now these pawns are becoming dangerous. So f4, I guess, it has to be the move. It has to be the move, so f4. By the way, once again, don't forget, one of the most beautiful games tonight was the game between Igor Samonenkov and Vasily Ivanchuk. Make sure to check it out. King's Indian, Ivanchuk sacrificed an exchange for the dark squares control and managed to win the game in a really, really fantastic style. Gurel is now fighting so hard this one. Will he be able to save this one? Played rook to b3, and after rook c1, all he has to do here is to start pushing these pawns and to create mess on the board. Martirosyan only has one pawn. It's the pawn on h5. If that pawn falls, that's it. In the meantime, Gumular is against Vakatura. They drew the game. You know about that one. Kobalia Navarra, this is position, but just like I told you, Navarra cannot win this anymore. Yeah, this is, it's still a bit better for him, but if bishop b6 just defends like this. So let's get back to this game. Martirosyan against Gurel. Young Gurel has been absolutely spectacular throughout the whole tournament. He's been playing, take a look at this one. He found that h4 in almost lost position. Then he found this f5. Those are all amazing moves that can only be made by the highest talents. So that kid is just amazing, and I'm so happy for him because he's so nice and so humble, so this is a great thing. Yeah, definitely a bright future in front of him. Okay, this is getting more and more drawish. Now I don't even know how he's going to... Now even if Martirosyan makes some mistakes, he can be the one who's going to have some problems in this one. So we're just waiting for this game and Navarra's game to finish and will be off. He played knight h4. As long as he's got rook and those two knights, he can hope for something, but Gurel is absolutely spectacular throughout the whole tournament. Navarra's game is like this. Yeah, I showed you this position. It's gonna be difficult to be won because bishop keeps an eye on the pawn on b5, and this one can be pushed if the king goes after this pawn. He doesn't have a way to go after the d4 pawn with more than bishop on b6, so it's difficult. But let's get back to this game because this kid is just doing some special things in this tournament. He plays rook c6, where he tries to mate him, and probably young Gurel should be going with some sort of like threatens rook h6. Once again, keep in mind, Martirosyan is one of the best blitz players. He won so many title Tuesdays, and that guy is very tricky. He's also running out of time in this game, getting like 30 seconds increment every single move, but he's very, very tricky. As long as the king is cut off and there are these two knights, there are still some chances to push for a win. So let's just take a look what's happening here. He played rook c6, pretty nice move, fixing this weakness, going after this one on h6, and these knights are doing good. Somebody asked me, how old is this kid? He's 14 years old, only 14. So you had Samonenkov, who today played against Ivanchuk and lost. You have this another kid from Turkey, 24-50, but Gurel is absolutely doing fantastic throughout the whole tournament. Look at this one. Look at this one. So he cannot take the knight on e4 because of knight d6, knight e4. So Martirosyan is creating some mating threats here, which is also very tricky. Objectively speaking, this game should be now drawn. But you know what? It's a severe time trouble for both of these guys, and it's going to be very difficult. So let's see what's going to happen there. We're now just checking a very, very, very intense game. In the meantime, Navarra trying to catch his opponent off guard. Kobalia played knight to d3. Okay. So knight to d3, it's looking drawish. Let's get back to this game. Martirosyan played knight f5. Knight f4. Probably most dangerous thing is rook f6, but having the knight not anymore on the edge of the board and simply connecting his pieces looks like a good idea. Also, I believe that he now threatens this one. Rook e4, knight d6, king e6, knight e4, king d5, and that would be drawn. So now he threatens to take this knight. Because not anymore knight d6, king e6, knight e4 works because of king d5. So he threatens to win the knight. He has to come up with something. Probably rook f6 to kick that king away. Yeah, exactly. To kick the king away and to be, but depends where the king goes. King is certainly not going to go into the angle. It goes on e8. And if it goes on e8, then you can take. And you don't have time to take because of knight d6 check. So this is the thing. King e8, rook h6. Let me just see if I blundered. Rook h6, king e8, rook h6. Yes, now he can't take it because of knight d6, I was right. But okay, move the king to the center and somehow try to save your game. Just like I told you, objectively speaking, this should be a round drawn, but everything is possible because they're both running out of time. Still, the kid is just doing amazing. White is almost 2700 and he's just defending a lot worse position most of the game. I mean, right after the opening, he was doing good. And he's now just defending and fighting hard and getting back into this game from a worse position or lost position even twice. Navarra, in the meantime, yeah, looks like he won't be able to win this one. But he's still creating some threats, and that's exactly the point about these guys. They're always creating some tricks towards the end of the games. Rachmanov against Moretzi. Bishop a3, right? Bishop a3, b takes a3, and this is the opposite color bishop, so this is drawn. Kozak against Petrosian, now it's drawn. f4, king f3, king here. Yes, this is drawn. So let's get back to these games. Kobalia Navarra, nothing changed. And Martirosyan against Gurel. He's only on 45 seconds. Look at this. His clock is ticking away. He has to come up with something. And as soon as black solidifies, he can even, but okay, as long as there are like two knights on the board, there are like so many tricks, and you just have to keep the concentration and full focus. Sometimes I used to say in bullet, it's way better to have knight than the queen because they're way trickier. And watch this out. Let's take a look at this one. So we're just following the last two games on the top 20 boards. Martirosyan against Gurel and Kobali against Navarra. Both of these games are seemingly drawish, but just like I said, as long as they have these knights on the board, it's just, don't even think that Martirosyan lost on time. Actually, they just have to, we just have to see what should be the move there. In the meantime, Navarra against this guy, he just went for, it's his turn, so we're just waiting for the uploads on these two boards. And once again, only two guys with 8 points out of 10 games. Those are Sarana and Shevchenko, who won today, and now those two guys are tying for first. So tomorrow we're going to have a real European Championship El Clasico. Sarana against Shevchenko for the first and top place here. That's going to be a real fight. Okay, rook h6, king d7. We're still waiting for the moves from this game. We don't even get a moves from this game, which more or less means that probably we once again facing some problems with the broadcasting. This one is just dead drawn. Kozak against this guy, just f4, king f3, and king e2 with a draw as well. Actually, is it draw? f4, king somewhere, king f3, king f5, king e2, knight h2, d5. You can take because of d6. Yes, this is drawn. In the meantime, Rachmanov, Moritzi, they drew the game, and these guys are about to make draw. Navarra Kobalia is now completely drawish. And let's take a look at the game between Gurel and Petrosian. This is position. It's getting more and more drawish. If the kid saves this game, I'm definitely more than impressed, even if he doesn't save this game with his performance. But if he saves this game, that would be a really, really, really big thing, and that would be certainly award for such a tough fight and fighting all the time. How many points does Korobov have? Korobov is on 7.5, so he's tying for first, I'd say, with a whole bunch of players. I believe there are like 5 or 6 of them. Martirosyan goes with this, but this gives a precious time to a kid to solidify himself. So maybe knight d5, threatening rook f4, maybe knight d5, threatening e4, and simply squeezing out this king somehow. So knight d8, okay. In the meantime, Navarra, this is drawn. This is drawn, knight f7, knight g5 to save everything, and that's draw. Then previous game we have draw. Ante Brkic is still playing his game. He's just played the queen d5 in his game. Sorry, queen d1. And what if king e4? Isn't this mate? Isn't this mate queen e2, right? So what's happening here? I believe he's winning. Stankovic against Jules Mussar. Mussar is trying to win this one, but we spoke about this one. This is absolutely drawn. What else do we have there? Stankovic is fighting hard. All other games are drawn, finished. Arsovic against Bronstein. It's still ongoing, but now Arsovic is up opponent. He's even have better chances here. Once again, Navarra is still playing. And Gurel played rook to b3. He's cutting off opponent's king. And he's looking to catch him with some perpetual checks. Very interesting end of the 10th round. And don't forget, stay with us tomorrow at the same time. So there will no be changes, of course, even though it's the last round. At the same time, same place, we're going to have like a real clash. Sarana playing white. Don't forget, so far he played 5 games, all 5 games with white pieces. He's got a perfect score, while Shevchenko is playing so good this tournament. And now they're just tying for first. So here he just played knight f7. By the way, if the rooks are off the board, it's gonna be drawn. So probably going with, I don't know, even king c5, and if knight d5, knight to d3 to simplify the game and to go for a draw. But you know what? This game might be ongoing for a lot more. Kovalia is taking his time against Navarra. So Martirosyan played rook h8. Yeah, I told you king c5. He's just looking for that idea. What if knight h3? Knight h3. But okay, as long as he has this rook and 2 knights, he's got a chance to push for a win here. Not for a win, for some tricks. Objectively, this should be drawn. And those are all the games. Brkic Ante. I don't know what's wrong with this one. He's completely winning, and there are no changes here. Stankovic, Miloš. Wow, Jules Mussar sacrificed the piece. Is he really going to rook c4, king a5? Wow. I almost believe it's a mistake. Maybe Stankovic tricked him with a rook c3, and now he's got a chances of pushing this for a win. With the rook and the bishop against the rook. Wow, this is going to last for a long while. Okay, Navarra, knight g1. We don't get updates of this one. Well, in this one, last move was rook h8. So just like you see, 5.5 hours they're just playing these games. You gotta keep your focus, you gotta keep your concentration. You're not supposed to blunder some tricks. We all know, like the least hour end games also were the most tired at the end of these games. And that's why it's so difficult to keep the concentration, focus, and to remain calm all the time. Also, when you play against these guys, these are, you know, like some top and high rated guys, and you all the time are under severe pressure not to blunder something. They're just coming up with lots of tricks throughout these games. And take a look at this one. So Martirosyan has this knight, he's got this rook, he's just trying to do something to trick the kid. But you know what? What comes back around can... So we're just waiting for king for his move. Knight g5 is the only move here. What else? So just like I told you, what turns around comes back around. So let's see what's going to happen there. This is the only game. Navara drew against Kobalia. So this is the only game that is. And now Stankovic playing the rook and bishop against rook. You know what? We all know that this is drawn. But for example, okay, he's playing against 2700 almost guy, one of the highest rated guys in the whole tournament. But for example, I played so many times as a stronger side and won all my games, even against GMs, while playing as a weaker side. Even though I knew it was drawn, I lost one game. So it's, from practical point of view, very difficult. There are two rules of making draw as a weaker side. There is a rule of the keeping the rook and the king just one square away one from another. Ex-world junior champion Igor Miladinovic taught me that once. And there is another rule. I forgot the name of that rule when... Oh, take a look at this one. This is going to be like a very, very difficult one. I mean, it's gonna last for a while. And let's get back to Gorel and this guy. He's supposed to go. They're both running out of time. The changes on the boards are very fast. Practically speaking, White can definitely keep some chances and catch him off guard if he, you know, like simply blunders something. Just like I said, and I gotta repeat it again, it's looking that drawn. So we're now just waiting for Gorel to make a move. In the meantime, Stankovic playing against Jules Mussar, looking drawish, and you're just slowly but surely grinding down your opponent here. So, for example, rook to g3 to cut off the king, and then going with the king on one of the sides, then covering himself with the bishop on e5 and going there. Yes. Now king to f4, because he can give you check to f8. So it is going to last a long more. Let me just get back to the game of, by the way, those are the two last games for today. Martirosyan against Gorel and Jules Mussar against Miloš Stankovic. Serbian GM is now pushing hard to try to win this and find some tactics. Gorel played knight to d3. Look at this. If he's now pretty much, I wanted to say like mating this king. It's not about getting mated, but okay, this is going to be drawn. This is now looking very drawish because he put his king on the first rank, cut it off, knight is on d3. Imagine having the king on c3 and delivering checkmate on d2 here. So this is just looking more and more drawish. He can even push the pawn to b5 here and even create some threats. Let's go to Stankovic against Musar. Musar blundered. He was pushing so hard to win that game that he now blundered. It is drawish, I told you. Theoretically it's drawn, but you gotta show very, very high skills in defending yourself. And by the way, this is the 6th hour of the game. You just tend to make some mistakes, blunders, and it's not easy. Of course, the Stankovic is supposed to play like next 50 moves and try to do everything in this game. Now, the kid is supposed to go king c5 and go after the knight, and anything might happen in this one. So Martirosyan also has to be like very cautious. If he pushes so hard, it can come back to him as a boomerang. So basically he has to be very cautious here. King c5, exactly. He's threatening now king d4. Look at this. King d4, and you don't have knight c2 because of this. And if you move the knight, rook d2 is mate. But okay, of course, he'll keep an eye on that. He's going to play knight d6. But you know, knight d6 is not threatening anything because you go b5. And if knight d4, king d4, once again, even black has better chances. So king c5 was in the game. Let's just go back to that game of Stankovic and Musar. Probably Stankovic should put that rook on b3 and give him check from here. We had all of us had so many times this type of an endgame. And this is theoretical position. Look at this. You go with the king on e4. Exactly, this is a theoretical position. King goes on one side, you go on another side. I forgot the rule of this one. I mean, I forgot the name of this rule, but this is showed in Dvoretsky's manual endgames. Like, when the king goes on one side, you should be going on another. But even famous German GM Lutz lost his game against Robert Hubner playing like this. So Musar opted for that type of defense. Gurel against this guy went for this. Do you know what does kid have? He's seeing all these tactics. He's having e3. Check this, and if this, he doesn't have this one because of rook f2. Will he find, will he find that e3 move or not? Let's just see. Knight c2, will he find e3? I believe e3 works, unless I blundered some intermediary check. And maybe I did. Rook h5, wait a sec. e3, rook h5, huh? King c4, knight e3, yes, I blundered. King d4, yes, I blundered, I apologize. I thought that e3 was working there, but it doesn't. Okay, so knight c2. In the meantime, let's just move on to that game by Milos Stankovic. For sure, Musar went with the king on d1. Yes, exactly. And now you just use your rook. Once he goes with a bishop like this, you go with a rook on e2. And this is how you... So Stankovic is going to play this for 50 moves. If he doesn't find a way to win this, it is going to be proclaimed as a draw. And here, Gurel is playing... He just played knight to d3. He just went for this one, rook h6, king c5, knight c2, knight f2, king c1, knight to d3. White has to go with king d1, and I believe he found a way to make draw in this position. You see how important it is to know these end games, because you can play ideal games and now it's run. Now it's run. Now I'm 100% it's drawn. He just has to hide with his king, exchange like knight for the knight, and it is going to be an easy draw. Knight b4 should be drawn. On rook h5, king c6, knight e5, king b7, rook h7, king a6, and then he just takes on c2, and that's how he secures draw in this position. So now it is going to be drawn. Rook h5 is the only move here, right? Yeah, king c4, knight d6, king to b3. Wait a sec. Knight d6. Only move is king to b3. Aha, he can play knight d4. I was about to check what's happening after knight d4. So, but knight d6 is practically the only move there. Knight d6. In the meantime, let's go to that game. Stankovic against Musar. So once again, he played rook e8, and after this, played this one, rook e2, rook g3, and this is going to be ended in a draw. Of course, he should be trying till the very end. Aha, let's take a look at this. He played king c4, check, this one, and he now can go with the knight to d3, and it's going to be that round because the rook and the knight against the rook cannot win. There was only one game that was won. Garry Kasparov beat Judith Polgar once because she actually ended up getting mated there. Okay, they just exchanged everything, and now it is looking absolutely, absolutely drawn. For sure, there are no more chances to win this one. Now it's like, if previously we were talking about like 65% or 75% of chances to make a draw, this one we're just assessing on like 95 now. Okay, that would be, let's just take a look at the game of Stankovic and Musar. So Stankovic is trying with pretty much in the same fashion, trying to win this one. He's not going for and trying a good way of applying this one, but okay, Musar knows this one, and he's supposed to be drawing this one very easily. It's Gorel's turn. He played rook c8. It is going to be draw for sure. Guys, thanks very much for today. We're gonna finish this broadcast right now. Keep in mind tomorrow at the same time, final round, and we're gonna have like a real final match for the European title. Sarana playing white against Shevchenko playing black. All the best, and thanks for watching.
you.